Wow. Oh, Miles gets to see this. Miles got some talent.
Expert color theory at work there. Feels familiar, yet modern.
Well, somebody remembered a thing or two from AP Art.
Windows, man. Not concerned. Yo, maybe you should. What's up with
Whoops. What's your secret admirer want?
Who, Jonah? Nothing. Not a word on that.
Still can't believe he's your boss.
Let's just find something to hit him.
Hey, Pete. This is the best night of my life.
Hey, Harry. Me too.
I want to have my birthday here this year.
I didn't think I'd get any more. There'll be plenty, buddy.
Raise your controller. Raise controller, raise hands. See? This controller is real wicked neat. How it knows it's up in the air. It's basically air movements, actually, because it's just a gyroscope. I mean, you could do it from here, and it'll still do it. Link. Change controller.
That was great.
What's alright?
Need a haircut. Trump's to a whole hog.
If you want a little romance, there's our that sounds so romantic. And you can always test your compatibility on the love meter. So nice.
Play the Hydra game.
People watch. I honestly don't remember the last time we let ourselves relax for a night.
Seems like it's been forever.
Wait a second.
Stuff just always gets in the way.
Man, Pete.
There's a lot of things going on here.
Packed tutoring schedule.
Extra stuff.
So,
You two have always had your noses to the grindstones. Sometimes you gotta stop and smell the
Whack-a-mole.
Says the guy who started a foundation 2 seconds after finishing life-saving medical treatment.
I like
You know
this.
how lucky I am to
Look. The controller is just like completely in motion.
responsibility to make the most of it.
You don't even have to click a button.
Let's hammer some.
I mean, it's a little inaccurate, but...
Yeah, let's do it.
What's up, George?
all right, now come out wherever you are.
Oh, I'm messing up.
What? Hey, you can't exactly threaten to blow their houses down.
Have you ever considered, like, I don't know, not dropping stuff?
I have not, thank you very much.
Play whack-a-mole, George.
You good?
What's up, buddy?
Show those hikers who has opposable thumbs.
Oh, MJ won.
I really needed that.
So, whose face were you picturing? On the moles? Classic transference.
It was totally Jones, wasn't it?
One left and it's prize.
Whack-a-mole. Come on, bro. What's up? What's up? Come here. You want to say hello? Shout He wants to lay down on my lap, which he wants. Now that I picked him up, he is confused. I don't know what he's doing now. He's back up here now.
Is that a dunk tank? That's new.
Thanks, but it's gonna be a hard pass for me.
And the camera
You
is
used to be
on.
really into swimming. Didn't you win state?
It's like you said, MJ. People can
I need a
change.
camera guy. A camera person.
Ah, the spectacular's closed?
Saved by the renovations.
Right behind you.
Forgot to charge the headset, so it's plugged in, charging.
ride the carousel. I'll be sure to bring it up in therapy. Oh, smells incredible.
Hey, Harry. Want to get that chili dog you were craving yesterday?
Too early for that. I want to cap the evening off devouring as many chili dogs as I can fit in my pie hole.
I'm gonna ride this early.
Sorry.
What was that?
Somebody threw something. Damn, they're really making us pay live for that?
Come on, let's try and sit up front.
After
There
you.
you go.
Such a gentleman.
Doing okay?
I'm really nervous.
Don't worry about it.
What are the chances the person Harry gave his prize to would be the single rider sitting next to him?
I mean, it would be one heck of a meet cute. Should we tell her?
Tell her what?
What are you two whispering about up there?
Just reminding MJ to keep her hands inside the vehicle at all times.
Yeah, thing vibrating inside. The motor's going. Such a interesting sound. It really sounds like it put some power in it as being controller shit. Way more accurate than the Xbox.
Right?
I needed that. All right, fearless leader. What's next?
Our last showcase of the night.
The muscle up.
Oh, you know it, baby. Never did hit that bell, but the dream always kept.
Well, I started this book. Second. Yes. I guess I kind of need that, don't I? For now. I was also writing a fan script earlier today about like the Misfits. Like I had this genius idea for a sequel for the New Mutants, that New Mutants movie, and a sequel for X-23, basically. And I was going to have X-23 and the New Mutants come into this movie called The Misfits, because I was thinking about the Fallen Angels when I was writing it, and I thought, well, the Fallen Angels, to me it felt like writing the Fallen Angels was too soon. So writing the Misfits, which is actually the original name for the Fallen Angel comics, so then the sequel would be the Fallen Angels, having the team go into existence the Fallen Angels. So it would be a really cool, could be a really cool Marvel movie, or I would prefer to do it in, I don't know, it's hard to say because I feel like there are rules and you don't always get to do what you want, especially when it's not your IP. But I would hate to see like all the cast from like the New Mutants. I would cast all the survivors. You know, when I was writing the Misfits, you know, I already knew from the beginning what I knew the story was going to be about: a bunch of outcasts trying to fit in society but don't belong. And actually, believe it or not, when I was writing it, I had the Runaways like came into my mind, and I started thinking how I could integrate the Runaways, because the lead villain, when I was designing the script, was actually the Magister, which the Magister is actually the villain that was that the parents and the Runaways were sacrificing the power for. And when I had X-23 show up, you know, I kind of was writing her like an outcast that happens like for us, and I was like thinking it would be brilliant to see like magic and stuff trying to fit into society before breaking that universe, before they go into the fallen angels, which sometimes is associated with New York City or the future of New York City. So I had a couple things that I was thinking of changing, but when I was writing it, they were like outcasts and not belonging. And then the second villain in the movie, which is an even bigger villain, is I actually designed as Legion. When I was writing Legion to come in as a basically like I had this idea in the town would twist into like a horror. You know, at times it would be a horror movie, and We Are Legion kind of concept where, you know, how Legion takes over and plays a bunch of different characters and how they're misfits. And when I was writing them, this is different from the comics. I was writing them to be immune to Legion, so Legion couldn't actually take them over or impersonate them, because this was like a different version or a variant of Legion. And so I wanted Nico was one of the characters new characters when I was writing it to be involved. So I was writing Nico to come in because, you know, for blood magic and stuff. And I thought it would be really cool to integrate the Runaways into the New Mutants without having to do a whole Runaways movie. Like if you could just write the Runaways story and have the villain, you know, share a connection while you also destroy this universe that they're, you know, before they go in. You know, it's like I had this idea because I always felt like you have to rush Marvel projects, because I think any one single story is always never going to be good enough when it comes to that stuff, to be dead honest. I feel like when you're creating this stuff, like, you know, and you don't know if you're going to be able to finish it if you're like planning out even 3 movies, which is pretty sad, because, you know, when it's not your IP and you want to do something that's associated, well, you kind of have to reinvent it and do your own thing. So you can, you know, nobody owns the word Misfits, so you can do the Misfits, just like the Runaways is also a rock band, but you just change things up. And nobody owns Dracula. And that's like Dracula has been, to me, for a while, a fascinating character to integrate into the Marvel Cinematic Universe. Because if anybody's ever read Vampire by Night or Werewolf by Night, and changing it, obviously, because to me, Dracula is a hybrid. Dracula is basically a werewolf and a vampire, is how I would write him. So he's, you know, you could say the OG in some cases. And I remember reading online that Lilith might be his daughter. They might use that version of Lilith. But I kept thinking, well, that, to me, if that was the only Lilith, that would be very devastating. Because Lilith is one of the biggest villains, particularly to the Midnight Suns. The Midnight Suns has a bunch of, I would say, every character that's originally that's associated with the Midnight Suns should be associated with gods and monsters. what this means is it has to be something satanic. Like Ghost Rider is tied to basically finding a loophole out of the devil's contract, Mephisto, or whatever they decide to call him. And, so in using the contract against the devil himself, the spirit of vengeance. And then there's essential characters you just no-brainers a part of the Midnight Suns. Like if they ever do make them, the characters are like Ghost Rider. Blade is one of the main characters. And what I changed about when I was thinking about Blade is I was thinking, having him, be connected to a much older timeline, making him a lot older. So he obviously didn't age. Because I thought like Blade should take place even in the medieval times. Like I like the idea of a medieval story with Blade around Dracula before they go into a modern storyline with Blade. But just like I kind of thought like they could do something like they did with Iron Man, and Blade 2 could go into the Midnight Suns, like Iron Man 2 went more into towards the Avengers. I don't know. I had a little bit of an obsession over Marvel today when I was just thinking about other scripts and stuff of ideas for superhero or dark superhero stories. And I kept thinking, like, who's going to be the most likely character they're going to forget that's a lead character, in Midnight Suns? And I was like, it would probably be Nico. And I was like, and I kind of was sitting here thinking, because Nico is a member of the Midnight Suns, and so is Magic, which Magic is actually one of my favorite characters. Where she's connected to Limbo. Magic is connected to Limbo, but she's also connected to Mephisto, the devil, and she's also connected to Lilith, the mother of demons. So she in some ways, has the most connection than any of the other characters, and I think she has to be Russian, or if she's not Russian, the actress has to play her as Russian. And Anna Taylor-Joy already played her and did a fantastic job, and I wouldn't mind recasting her. Or, I mean, having her come back. I think she did fine, but but I don't know what Disney's planning. But there's tons of options, but there's a big future there for like the Fallen Angels too on the side, which is not Midnight Suns. It's a comic that I think that gets overlooked sometimes. It's a group of misfits that have fallen out of society that kind of like I don't know. There's different alternate takes of it. Like every comic, like there's 50 million versions of the mutants storylines from X-Men to X-Force, so there's a whole bunch of different things. But the New Mutants, the Fallen Angels, was specifically a spin-off to the New Mutants originally, at least. Because I sit here and I think what Disney's planning. I try to process what the hell their plan is. And to me, like if it's true that they want to end the multiverse with Secret Wars and having these separate timelines, then it's a little bit concerning, because I think it's too soon. I'll go as far as say that I think, believe it or not, if you took me back to 2020. And if I were ever having a conversation with anybody about Avengers, I would say, I would really be like, why do you need Avengers at all this decade? And just wait until the 2030s. But they decided that, all of a sudden they're going to do Secret Wars way in advance, and instead of building on characters and other groups, which I think would have been the smarter thing to do, would build on to other groups and other teams before they go into Secret Wars, because Secret Wars is there's no way in hell they're going to tell a story that is coherent or make any sense in a 2 hour and something film of Secret Wars. Like, it's one of the most complicated, complex of all the Marvels combos, because you got Battle World involved, you got Doctor Doom involved. There's so many characters that are yet to be introduced that are associated with that. The only way that I can think of is if they decide that all of a sudden they're going to do something completely different and just scrap all the original lore. And then it's going to be 2 hours and 30 minutes of widescreen angle shots of a lot of different people, characters probably fighting. So it's going to be like stories inside stories. 1 second. Have a sense. Alright. But yeah, anyway, there's a big future. I've heard good things about the Marvels, especially the ending to the Marvels. So it gets exciting or something. But I don't know. It's all it takes. You can really get lost in it all because there really is not a story. It's just like so complicated. You dive into that shit, it's goodbye. You could be gone for ages. But there's some horror content out there that I always thought was so obvious that they should have had movies before. When I think of horror movies, though, like, over a decade ago, when was it? I was living. It was 2011. So this whatever 2011 when I first originally thought of this idea was back in 2011. Like thinking like why wasn't there like demonic robots? I kept sitting here thinking of demonic possession with artificial intelligence, and I kept thinking for a while now, like, still to this day, we still don't really have anything like that. What I still have seen to this day, they still haven't even made a simple movie even associated with what I was thinking of. I was thinking of The Exorcist meets like artificial intelligence, where we're in the age of of having something and material and networks being like possessed in a dark ambience kind of but I wanted realism. When I was thinking about it, it was like going in and attacking, maybe start off attacking a family or some shit, and then you do certain things like originally, but now it feels a little. Sometimes it feels a little too late because everything's so infinite. It's sometimes to me little things feel too late, and I think the reason that is because when you see everything, you tend to forget that other people may not have that vision. And like if you have a vision of something small or what you think is a small story, which trust me, I think I have a lot of small stories that sometimes it's easily to think that other people wouldn't like them, but then it's like, wait a second, well, not everybody has this insane mind like I do. So I'm thinking because I kind of just, I don't know, sometimes I think it's too late for certain things, but I have a whole bunch of different ideas, and I think horror in general is one of the easiest types of storytelling because you can't really go wrong when it comes to creeping people out, because that's what the whole point of it is. It's what you go for and what storyline you're going for. It just comes a little more natural. It's a lot more easier, and then you don't need a sequel for horror. You don't need even. It kind of just writes itself. Horror does. So, and I was thinking when I was looking at horror stories that are older horror stories that are, when I start thinking about other people's stuff, and I think, like, I have not seen a Call of Cthulhu movie, and I've been thinking how cool it would be to have a Call of Cthulhu, which, if anybody is familiar with H.P. Lovecraft's work, and I was looking back at the catalog, and there is H.P. Lovecraft movies that somehow I missed. I still haven't watched them to this day. They like the Dunwich, the Dunwich Witch got a movie, but to me, I think, and so I look back at that, and I haven't seen that. I still haven't seen that, and I'm actually curious of how that turned out. Those movies, they're all very old, but I was thinking the Call of Cthulhu, that I feel like is almost like, in this day and age, is more like an Alan Wake kind of scenario. If you ever play Alan Wake, the first one, where you go to the island and you get that atmosphere, but it's still full of mystery. Well, Call of Cthulhu is a little bit like that, but it's a detective kind of figure that goes to this island that they all live off fish. It's a very simple story, you think. Like, it goes in very simple, but you start to dive into, like, this cult that's on the island, and they're all worshiping. You start to dive into what they're worshiping. They're worshiping this god that basically hive minds them. That is like a telepathic god that will, that could be possessing multiple people without you even knowing. Or, and it's not them. You start to dive in that it's not even the people, it's actually the mind of Cthulhu inside them. And that's why the city that's upside down, like, shooting that shot, I feel like probably would be the most expensive scene in the entire movie. I feel like, I just have a sense, because to get that scene just right, the upside down scene of the water in the city and how dimensional it is, I think, in keeping it as real as to the vibe of what this is, and I think that it's, you got to think that these, when you go into this, you're walking into an isolated area where they thrive off fish. They're fishermen. They're sea, like, it. When you get a good, they get a good year. They get a good catch, and they're very superstitious in the bar, even. And they have these talks in the bar, because, I mean, one of the only places that they really go to apart from the docks, is the bar on the island. So it's like and so and there's a town, kind of like the Upside Down, that scene, but there's so much, really interesting, mind-bending, altering uh, constructions behind Cthulhu and all his tentacles of being this god in the ocean that is associated with human brains, and, like, brainwashing people telepathically. And it's like, basically, it's like a hidden monster movie, except for you don't even know this monster exists. And it's like it hides so well in existence beneath the sea, but it's not what you think. It's like a hive mind kind of, like, creature that turns people, and they're like cultists, and they start, they worship Cthulhu. It's a very fucking weird atmosphere, and I think that would be a great standalone movie by itself. It could be. Of all of H.P. Lovecraft's work, I think it would be. It could be. Let me be correct. It could be, depending on who's making it and how it's being made. Could be a phenomenal movie. And I stress the atmosphere. And I could still see to this day the water scenes. Like, there's a lot of water in this movie, because water is a big signature in the flow and how and stuff like that. So this movie has not even made. I could, like, when I flip the town upside down, and and how and you start it's about the mind going in and starting to lose yourself to Cthulhu, to feel like you're at war with your own mind and body as the detective becomes. I think I'd still keep the detective because it would make more sense. What is original, he's going there. But I also like uh, to be like it was. I think, wasn't it like 1850s or some shit? I think it was like 1800s vibe, the original. But I would say, or no, it was not. No, it was 1920. It was probably, I think it was 1920s. Yeah, so it's kind of like back then, like keeping it still very kind of old school at the same time, like back in that time. Just like I had the idea that I've been obsessing over for a while now of my Friday the 13th Part Zero movie. It's like, and I mentioned this before, but I had this brilliant idea that I wanted to have a love letter to the original Friday the 13th and shoot it as close and connect. You ever watch Star Wars Rogue One? Obviously, everyone probably has, and how that went right into Star Wars A New Hope. But I was thinking of this, and if you know the lore behind it, and focusing on the mother Pamela, I'm slaying her name perhaps at the moment, and I kept thinking in my mind, what a story about a mother that loses their child and how she feels about it, and that there's a secret origin, and the secret origin involves the Evil Dead. I was thinking, and I was like, I want the Evil Dead for this, meaning I wanted the Necromonicon, so it's to be a part of the curse of Jason Voorhees, because I was like, that would explain so much. That would work perfect. And it would just be left in the mansion. I'd probably just leave it stranded in the house, for someone to find it, later on with no explanation. And if you ever pay attention to Friday the 13th, uh, what was it? It was part 9, I think it was. There, when they go to the Voorhees mansion, or they actually have a Voorhees manor, and you get a little more background story that the Necromonicon is actually sitting there in the background. If anybody pays attention, it's actually present in the original Friday the 13th series, and it's hinted in the background. So and this is why I was like, damn, that's perfect. The Curse of Crystal Lake, the Curse of Jason Voorhees. What better to mesh that with than the Evil Dead? I was like, the Evil Dead just screams Jason Voorhees. It screams the Curse of Crystal Lake. It screams all this stuff to me. It's like this is Evil Dead combo. Um, and I think it's even more creepier when it's a secret. And I'm like, I don't want to reboot Friday the 13th. I wanted to make a prequel that goes right into the original Friday the 13th. That's the difference, I think, with me compared to a lot of other people. Is I don't want to reboot this franchise. I just want to make a single, terrifyingly, really well done prequel that's set in the 1950s. Probably, I think it would be set probably around the 1950s because that's when her son died, and from that time. And I would love to do this, something like that. I think it would be really cool. And obviously Jason Voorhees doesn't have his mask. He's not associated with his machete yet because those things came later. So, Jason wouldn't have the machete or the hockey mask. And the movie would be mostly around his mother. Like 90% of the movie would pretty much be about her and the Necromonicon, I'd say, and her obsession with bringing her son back. But I think it could be a really good movie. And I don't, I don't know where the Necromonicon was first invented, but according to my sources, of one of the earliest times it was ever mentioned, at least that I'm aware of, is in actually H.P. Lovecraft stories. That were dated back, I believe, like ages ago. So it's like where I don't know, when you follow the cookie crumbles or the breadcrumbs or whatever, it takes you right to this guy that lived in his, or what is it? He lived in his father's house or something like that for the longest time, and I think he only made like cents. I think he didn't get barely any money for his work. You could suggest that he pretty much didn't get paid at all. And I remember reading somewhere where he had only one love. His entire life, he dated one girl, and that he happened to, where he experienced like sex and love, with this girl, and it was the only girl he ever had anything with. And they had a difference. The difference was, if I recall, I'm trying to remember off whim, that they, he was racist. Let's be honest. He was a prejudiced guy. Part of his reason why he isolated himself. He didn't like foreigners coming in. He was very biased, very prejudiced on some of these aspects. And you could see it in some of his work. But he didn't want any of this stuff, and so she was moving somewhere that he felt uncomfortable, where he didn't want to go with her. And I remember like reading this thing, like he was living off of. It said something like he was living. I was like, what? He was living off of the. Oh man, I gotta remember exact wording because I found it interesting, the wording. The allowance, like his wife was paying him an allowance, well, because he was losing so much money off his work, and but if there's one thing you could not deny the existence of with this guy, is that he had, been a single-handed creator of an entire mythos. You could say that now is known as the Lovecraftian genre. I don't know anyone else back then that was doing this with the dark, creating like cosmic gods, but that were like demonic evil, and they wanted to kill everyone and shit. It's like, they wanted different things. Like Cthulhu wanted to brainwash as many people and make as many followers to follow him. He was a hive mind kind of creature, and it kind of signified because he had all these tentacles. It was this giant octopus thing, in the ocean. Sometimes I think of it as a little bit funny because sometimes it reminds me of Davy Jones a little bit. That's a fun joke, but it's funny, like Davy Jones from Pirates of the Caribbean. And I just sat here for a while thinking about Pirates of the Caribbean when they used to have all these debates online. I'd listen and read other people's conversations on like what, it's, to me, I thought Keira Knightley and Orlando Bloom got barely any screen time. And I'm like, dude, they were some of the biggest parts of Pirates of the Caribbean. To me, it wasn't always Johnny Depp to begin with. He was the comedian of the group, right? He was this stray off kind of different kind of character. And then you had the real story, I thought a lot of times was connected more to Orlando's character and Will Turner and Elizabeth Swann that Keira Knightley played. And I was like, dude, they could have their own movie. I used to think back in the day, like that they could have their own story. And I kept thinking, because I've gotten to the lore of Pirates of the Caribbean before, thinking how it went from Nordic to Greek. Because if you pay attention, the only really Nordic Pirates of the Caribbean movie is the first one. They've always been associated with religion. Every single Pirates of the Caribbean movie has been associated with religion. But you'll look at Greek mythology took over, and Dead Man's Chest became the primary focus. A lot of times was Greek mythology, because if you look at like Calypso, and Calypso, I'm familiar with her being more Greek, but and she was one of the gods of the ocean. I can't remember exactly, just like Poseidon, and they even had Poseidon's trident in the last one at the Titan. And there was one thing I think that the movies have always made clear, and that death is to their universe at least is tied to the ocean. And I kept sitting here thinking, what is Pirates of the Caribbean 6? And I was like, well, there's got to be consequences for them breaking and lifting the curse, all enchantments of the ocean. If there's no Davy Jones to make sure that people go to the underworld and stay in the underworld, if no one's setting the people who are, breaking contracts, even with death and not going back, then, imagine what can come back if there's no Davy Jones to send them to the underworld. Because what is Davy Jones? Davy Jones is basically the Grim Reaper in Pirates of the Caribbean. Pretty much. That's how I always looked at him. He was tasked, anyone who was tasked with the Flying Dutchman. And I'm thinking, well, that means the dead can come back in ways. It's like, what it left me thinking at the end of Dead Men Tell No Tales. At the last movie that they made, left it open for the dead to return. And I'm sitting here thinking about all these possibilities of what could be over there. And we're all familiar with the gods in the background of the lore. And I was like, I don't know if Pirates of the Caribbean has ever been associated with the gods apart from Calypso being in human form. But I sat here and I was thinking that the witches that are, known now more, and you have, it's kind of like thinking like what you could do with a seventh movie. I was already had like ideas for a seventh and eighth film, when I was looking at even after that, and obviously whatever gets made gets made. I even wrote a Zombieland 2, a bunch of ideas down for Zombieland 2 before Zombieland 2 was even made. That's why I was extremely disappointed with Zombieland 2, because I personally think my ideas were better than what they went with. But originally, when I was sitting there thinking for that one, and I liked Kick-Ass too. See, that was like when I went in, because a lot of times I would associate Kick-Ass with Zombieland for some reason. I don't know why, but I don't know. And I would look at these things and I would always think, well, like Kick-Ass 2, Kick-Ass got a sequel, why not Zombieland? And I was like, Zombieland could. And but I think it really was creative differences, because I think you could see that the makers were kind of when they were doing it, why they brought up the doppelganger thing, or the their own kind of thing was basically making fun of what they were trying to do. If you look back, because it was something that they were really trying to do with a TV show. They were really trying to make a damn show without what made Zombieland. It's a no-brainer. It's the actor, the amazing casting choice, and the story and how they developed the characters. And instead of growing the characters and having this amazing what Zombieland 2 could have been, and instead they decided to jump into kind of like these rogue things, these rogue ideas, and it just kind of like almost like it felt extremely sloppy. at times, and so I wasn't entirely a big fan of Zombieland 2. But then they had the idea to do like a little more kind of Left 4 Dead style zombies. But then and they started something that would have, I think, could have worked with Zombieland 2. But the thing is that they didn't even take the time to invest, and they didn't show off these zombies that much. And it's like, so that other thing that they were doing, again, go play Left 4 Dead, because a lot of that looks like it's straight inspired from the video game Left 4 Dead. But which Left 4 Dead, the witches. There zombies had witches in Left 4 Dead. There was the witch zombies. There was the spitters, and all sorts of crazy ass shit in Left 4 Dead. Different types of stuff. I don't know, if you are like me and you have a knack for storytelling, or just natural, or you have even if it's just building characters, or coming up with ideas for things, it's not hard for me to do that. What's hard for me is getting people to give a shit, and also being able to make people recognize that maybe it came from me as well. Like, if I wanted any recognition, I feel like it's true. I look back at it, I think I've been way too giving at times, or I'll scatter things when I do, sometimes into like a giant mess of, because I feel like if I throw it online in a mess, then they'll have to dig to get it anyway. It's sometimes is how my mind works. Like, if I just start throwing bits and pieces of something that I already wrote, like on Instagram, which I've done with the Demon Diary story, which is based on an entire world associated with what I call death. But I just started spreading breadcrumbs where I made like Entity of the Darkness was like a being and all this other stuff, and just building on to this world, and invented my own religions, invented my own plants as well, on how and how hybriding life with death, of like being like, and I just, the idea of all this sounded really interesting to me. I don't know, of bringing death to life in a world, and having the whole world basically start off, like you could say, from like micro demons and shit, being a place that was, I still remember that this day that it had this. It's in a system, and it's behind this veil, and that it may look prosperous, but if you go through, it take you to the system, and the system actually has a black hole instead of a sun. It's like a sun trapped in a black hole, like having a fit. Is what it looks like in my mind. It's like if a sun got swallowed by a black hole, and it was just like refusing to be swallowed, but it's like just swirling repetitively in this disastrous black hole mess of a dead dwarf star. So it's like, well, just like, and that's when I was like, there's going to be kind of like this pull in, and I remember thinking, well, I'm gonna have a battle there. I'm gonna have a fight there. There's gonna be dragons, elemental dragons. There's gonna be spaceships. And I remember thinking, like, in that where basically they're versing each other, but they're also versing getting sucked into the voids of death. And I was like, how freaking awesome would that be to have this space battle like that? Well, okay, here's an idea. At World's End, there was when they sacrificed Calypso, there was this circle At the worm pool, they're battling, not getting sucked in. Think of it something kind of like that, but in outer space, with spaceships and dragons. Because I was like, I have a character that I was obsessed with designing that had a thing with dragons, and when I was developing dragons in one of my universes, they were cosmic dragons, or elemental dragons, which which you could be disassembled and reassembled. And there was a character specifically that was very in tune with the dragons more than the rest. Um, in fact, it's not really any secret, I guess. It involved Dragzar Witchestar, but so it's like Dragzar Witchestar was one of my characters when I was designing him to represent, not just the power of witches and the power of a star, the representation of a witch and a star, but also a dragon and a dinosaur. As it says, Dragzar, that's the true inspiration behind it, is a dragon dinosaur species that's also humanoid. So I always knew that he wasn't going to be human, when I was designing him, but he was going to be humanoid. And he was going to, kind of like this, kind of basic, sort of a reptilian, but instead instead of a lizard, he's a lot more like a dragon dinosaur human. So when I was creating him, originally, but he up in the air was, I've had some concerns with my characters where I've had thinking some of my characters might just be too ugly, or people might just hate some of my characters, because some of the characters I was designing are different species, and when you're doing these character designs, they're not really, it's so it's like, in my mind, I wasn't like trying to make them attractive, so it's like I have to invest in attraction or something. It's like in some other area, then it can take away from the representation of certain characters. So like Draxar is not supposed to be attractive. Draxar is supposed to be terrifying, actually, to look at. So um, so it's like, he was, and you have like Spider. Believe it or not, Spider. I created, the rogue children of Gris. Gris, to me, as we all know, is gray. Gris was a cult. I knew that the children of Gris were the in-between, where they blurred the line between, they what they were and what they would become. And that I knew the children of Gris was a cult. And when I was designing them, an intergalactic cult in the stars, many years. So when I was designing them, and I knew that there was going to be the rogue children, as well, which were former members of the. I was like, the rogue children. I even saw a book in my mind where it said the rogue children of Gris on the front cover. Like I did see this, the story, a very good story around that can have its own, like, really neat, kind of like styled book. When I was thinking about the Rogue Children of Gris, because the Rogue Children of Gris, if we're focusing like Spider and Robe, like it's different type of writing, because Spider wore robe. Spider in robe, at times I was like Spider in robe, and robe around Spider, and they were two characters. Robe is actually a character that can be worn and is associated. And I always saw Spider being also being on stage. When I was looking at her, I saw her start off as a solo singer. And I was like, I knew that she had to be able to sing. Like the whoever plays Spider has to be a singer, has to have a hell of a voice. And because she's also going to have this kind of like, when I was thinking, and then she was going to wear her sister. And Robe was basically a shapeshifter, and that Robe would come off Spider from the solo act into a duo act. And I was going to do some really neat, cool alien performances with bands, as what I had in mind with in one of the Rogue Children. That's why I said when I thought about the Rogue Children of Gris, I thought it was well, they can also. What if one of their ways, why can't I have them like two of them become a duo, or appear as a solo and actually get involved in music at some point? I was thinking, and I was like, that's when they're going to be Gothra. Gothra is a character that is also very true to her name. Gothra is very gothic, but also has powers of the sun. She's like what I called the Gothic Star. A lot of times she was like the Gothic Sun. But she is also I always knew that she was definitely always a lesbian. I saw her as like really more like as a symbolic, like she was solo, like she was a solo act, and she wasn't to music, and she was, I always knew that she had that alpha energy of superior gravity and controlling an entire system as well, but also being dark about it, like the power of a sun masked in the gothicness of darkness. And so when I was designing her character, I knew that she was, I've always known that she was the secret Witchestar. That was also that there was another Witchestar that was going to be on in the Urus spell universe that I created. Because the Witchestars, believe it or not, isn't just a last name. The Witchestars were the most powerfulest beings in the Urus spell universe. They were an entire species that were very unique to the rest, and they didn't all look the same. And they were the only ones who could leave the universe and also come back. And eventually I slimmed it down, and it's not a universe anymore. I turned it into a galaxy, which is really me dialing it back, is what I'm saying. I dial it now. It's no longer the Urus-Spill universe, it's the Urus-Spill galaxy, because I just felt like if it was a universe, it would never be finished. I'd never finish this. I would never get this done at all. There was no way in hell if it was a universe. It had to be a galaxy. So it's like that's my way of basically watering it down, I guess. But when I had that, it was, so there's still systems in that galaxy, but they were trapped so that the Witchestars can leave, and then obviously Dragzar was known as people would, I guess, would be more familiar with Dragzar as the last Witchestar that remained, and his story actually starts off with abandonment and like being, kind of like seeing his parents. I feel that his mother was torn, but I feel like also like they purposely left him when I was designing, and I knew that I didn't even know entirely why, but I also knew why at the same time. Like, if that makes any sense, because they were very, I guess they believed that their son, they kind of like saw something that they didn't really like, or saw that there was a purpose, and that, when they left, because the Witchestars, the remaining race just up and left the galaxy, and because I knew that I couldn't have them associated with the galaxy because they're just too powerful. The race, it's like, but they were leaving, and I knew they were leaving because they knew something was coming. It kind of was part of the association, but many, so it's, and they were just really bored, like, I had many ideas of why they were up and leaving, why they left this species, but I knew that they couldn't be present. They were just too powerful. As you could see, Dragzar is a force to be reckoned with. I feel like, without a doubt, like he's a terrifying entity at points, wielding fucking elemental dragons against goddamn spaceships. Like, he's a very powerful character that barely anybody can touch. It's hard to fight this guy. So because there's, it takes teams of people to go up against this dude. But it's like, and even when you beat him, I always saw him more like at times, like, sometimes even when I was designing him, I thought he was too overpowered myself. So it's like, when I was looking at that, so I have a lot of ideas of how to trap a genie in its bottle, though. So I have a lot of different ways of how to defeat him. But still to this day, I have to admit that I don't think you can kill Dragzar, because he's a lot different than the rest of the Witch of Stars. He ends up becoming, hell-bent in his own death, you could say, and prosperous off dying. I've always seen him being this character that will eventually even become what I call the living Necromonicon, and how he would basically become fossilized like a phoenix dies and is born from his ashes. He would be reborn different. He would be reborn off the fuel of the fossil that he become. At some point, like, it would literally bring him, he could come back from the dead. And I thought, like, dude, this guy is fucking crazy overpowered. I kept thinking, like, when I was designing him, I just was like, shit. So, yeah, but you have a lot of different storylines, and I think some easier storylines to focus on that I was in love with when I was looking at stories was the idea of Earth being fiction. Like, I kept thinking in my mind, fictional stories, Earth is fiction. Earth doesn't exist. If someone ever mentioned the Milky Way, it'd be like, oh, well, yeah, I've read this. It's like fucking, fairy tale stories to them. But they're like, oh, no, but it's not real. It's fiction. It's like that galaxy doesn't even exist. And I always thought, like, that was a really fascinating arc of arcs that you can go on as well. I thought, like, when I was writing Mirror to Mirror, for example, which is an old-ass short story that I wrote, or in some ways is poetic, that, when I was writing Mirror to Mirror back when I was a kid, and how old was I when I wrote that? I wrote a bunch of, I don't remember, but I know that I was still younger, and that was the one I published. I know the Game of Chaos was the one that was everyone's favorite, that was up for to get published, but I withdrew that. I was like, I remember being like, nope, I took that out of the pile. And I don't know, part of it was like, well, people loved it so much, and I was like, well, maybe I should save this, because it was part of what was going on in my mind, and instead I went with Mirror to Mirror, which did get published. Mirror to Mirror is published, and someone else's book, though, and I signed my name on it, so it's still, my name is still part of the book, with someone else, along with a bunch of other people, but it's a bunch of stories inside one book. And one of the stories is my story that I wrote, which was based off of what I thought was not very good. To me, when I wrote Mirror to Mirror, it was about love being taught, ghost of your past, kind of, I can't even remember my own story sometimes, but it's the ghost of your past staring back at you, seeking not who but why, I think, was associated with it. Like, he's like the consumption, and I always knew, like, there, and it kind of like it was taking place at this time, and I was like, well, this kind of like this cocktail, to me it was like a brewing cocktail, but it was a chamber. I remember something to do with a chamber, that when I was thinking of, like, what is a chamber, but thinking, like, okay, well, and I also saw this spirit walk up to his own dying body, but it's,
The funny thing though it's called Mirror to Mirror, there's not a single mirror in the whole damn short story, because the mirror is the character, is what I always saw. Like, the mirror to mirror is the character. The character is the mirror that's looking into the mirror. It was in my mind. It was part of the thing. So I don't know if anyone ever thought that, ever tried to solve what the hell it was about. But it was, But there's another character I wrote that I never shared. I don't know how much I shared of him. I think I've shared a bit. It was called The Reflection of All. The Reflection of All, when I was writing The Reflection of All, I remember writing him from the Crystal Rose short story that I wrote, which the Crystal Rose was the immortal rose, the petal that Siren actually manifested into existence. A character that I called Siren manifested this accidentally. When she was sending her heart to sea, the light to sea, he would go to the north to where her mother was, in this Forge of the Ice, and kind of this construction, but would be beneath in the water. So, and I always saw where he was going to end up was in the bottom of the ocean, and that seeing the light suffocate into distortion under the rains of the ocean sea, and finding this crystal rose, the petals of the crystal rose of the immortal, and how it would basically petal him, in rotation down further into the ocean, and this rose that never even existed, and all of a sudden it existed because Siren manifested it to exist, and unintentionally, because she has her power is sound, and controlling atoms and molecules, meaning if there was a pusher that could push someone to do something, like Stephen King's The Push, but also push like matter and construction and things that aren't supposed to be real, that could come and manifest and become real. And she was a character that I knew needed to be involved with sound, and I knew that when I was designing her, that she was also the daughter of Ocean Sea and Crush. Crush was a character that I thought was fascinating back with the first reach of Death. The first reach is one of the first largest known time resets. The first reach was the first breach of Death, and when that happened, there was this, the devil sent, Robe. Robe was sent, which is, everyone will know, Robe was actually associated with a spider, but also, Crush came as well, was sent, but the Ocean Sea was imprisoned, and Crush's body was entombed, his soul taken from him. Ocean got the soul of Crush during the imprisonment, but also got the body of her daughter Siren, but not the soul of her daughter. The body of Crush was taken, and the soul of Siren was taken. And so during the earlier stages of what I called the second reach, the failed breach, or the interception, and every time resets like a telephone call to death. Imagine a telephone call to death. That is what it is to death, and what it does is it also resets the calendar, sets that this whole nother era occurs on death. And basically, like how you have BC, before Christ, after Christ, what they were what I call you could abbreviate as the BR, I guess, BRs, or not BRs, what is it? First, because I had the BR errors. BR errors are very a lot different. The BR errors are associated are as the before the reaches, and there are plural of those. So that becomes a lot more complicated to get into because those timelines are also much larger and longer than the reach errors. The reach errors only have 3 errors, and that's it. You have the reach error, which is also known as the first breach, and you have the second reach error, which is known as the failed breach, but it's also known as the interception, which is a big time error, and also the longest of the 3. It placed an effect and had a lot of cover-ups that were come in. There was a lot of a reconstruction on death. There was so much that went on during that, which was basically, to combat the devil. A lot of other types of bringers and gods and creators, you could say, type beings were associated with death. And that's when Ocean was imprisoned and all that stuff. A lot of things where she was reigning beside one of the first creators, actually in, before the first reach. She was, because she was actually the first being I knew. She was going to be the first ever to survive death. She was actually involved in that space battle I was telling you about. Where she was in the battle was actually over her, because she's what I called Ocean Seas, the portal's key to the galaxies, is what it was. And she's Ocean Seas, the portal's key to the galaxies, because Dragsar Witchestar has an actual background story and why he's involved, because he accidentally partially did this, but he is the galaxies. He's the actual portal to the galaxies, you could say, in some ways. Dragsar is, and how in the key only exists, the key part of Ocean Sea exists because of Dragsar, being so young and naive. Ocean Sea was Dragsar, one of Dragsar's first ever friends, you could say, when he was actually a kid, a little alien, little dragon dinosaur humanoid being thing. He didn't have anyone except for this entity, this thing that would just show up in the form of this, and she started off as a little girl and grew, but she would appear, on these beaches and all this other stuff. It was like, and how I always knew that she was going to be one of the most important characters in what she would grow to become. And I always saw that she was very powerful, and I knew that she was also going to be probably, also, if there was an attractive character, I'd say Ocean Sea probably was beautiful. She was gorgeous. But she was also the sorceress to be, and then became the sorceress of light, which was a tool, and she was weaponized. And, so she was imprisoned, and the Sorceress of Light, she was actually basically, you could think of like an artificial intelligence, but she was this power source to control a system. For a while, she was actually the law of a solar system. So she's a very ancient, old, and has been through a lot. And Dragsar eventually is involved. You say basically kind of started the battle, but not really. Master Keys actually was a character when I was creating Keys. Mr. Keys was kind of reminding me of Master Gibbs, from, Pirates of the Caribbean, or like Captain Hook, the person that's follows Hook. He knew that, but I was going to make him kind of have a power gain instead, where there was going to be a massive narrative change, and so he was going to end up having this massive power gain, and he was going to evolve that he actually discovered what I call the seashell, because at the time I tied her soul to the seashell, or how to control her, and she became like this operative, being that was connected, that people were trying to control, because they knew if they could control her, because she was designed off a cult on Earth called Hold Light Right Sight was initiated, and I knew that because there's trinkles of Earth, of fictional Earth in this, that tie back to a lot of different stories that I was writing as well. Like Shy Cry, for example, was a story on Earth about a girl that haunted her father before she was born, and how she would come to be even with a different name, and how her mother was a uh, a 17th century witch that was in prison that came back. And I knew like this was a story that was also going to be like an outcast character. And I knew like, you know, when I was even designing Halogen at such a young age, I knew that if he was like, I would see like they call him Mr. Cry, because this is, you know, they're just making fun of him. And they do the same thing with Shy, you know, or Ura. With Shy Cry is actually, you know, you'll come to realize that there is a Earth character that is, you could say, pretty much associated with the entire galaxy of Spill from Earth. And I always knew that Shy Cry was going to be that character that would be the Ura, which would be Spill from Shy. And I knew, and I kept thinking, I was like, some reason I kept seeing a spider, and how she had a familiar, and the familiar was a spider. Her familiar was a spider, because I knew that she was tied to a witch. Her mother was a full-fledged 17th century, you know, she was born in the 17th century, but she actually grew up in the 18th century most of her life, because she was basically 18th century, you could say, before she was imprisoned. And so when I was designing this, and I had all this stuff in the background, I always knew that Halogen was basically a psychic. He could, you know, clairvoyant at a young age, and it kind of reminded me of a bulb, a light going off in your head. And, you know, like, you know, Halogen was kind of like also true to the element of you know, of off the periodic table. I kept thinking, you know, of things like this, and how he would, you know, and what he would become as well. And I always knew that I knew he was going to be a father. And father, I kept thinking Father Halogen, and hearing Father Halogen, and like what he would eventually become, basically like a preacher / actual father, though. And I always saw him, you know, eventually in an orphanage before he was an adult. He was associated with Angel, and then there was the story where the characters, like Shine Die. Shine Die is a character. When I was creating Shine Die Cry, Shine Die Cry was a character that was, you know, that took many forms. I always knew that there was going to be a kind of this vibe that was coming, a foreigner vibe of a character that was coming from overseas, that was could, you know, kind of felt like that definitely wasn't Caucasian. He was kind of like, I kind of had the sense that he was like, you know, either Korean or something, or Japanese. You know, I have so many different ideas of where he could be coming from, but I knew he was coming. And when he came, and you had who I called, her name changed so many times. I think her name was like, I called her Star or something a couple times. I called her Bright, you know, and I kept thinking like, you know, or, you know, kind of thinking something to associate with light, and I kept juggling around with names for her character. But her character was to bring the light back, but also I knew that she was dampened by the darkness, because she grew up in a household where, like, I knew instantly that she came from a really dark place, because her stepfather was a horrible person, and her mother was horrible as well. And I knew that when she was going to school, that she was coming back home to an abusive, horrifying location, that when I was designing this other character, and then kind of was thinking, and that I knew where this was going to go. I knew she had a friend, on and off. Her friend she grew up with was a school friend, and I always knew that I saw the one friend that she had in my mind that you could suggest was a friend would become that what married her high school sweetheart. The two of them would actually get involved with the police force. When they got older, I saw them both as some kind of investigators or authority figures. Them and how and they so they were like talking how they knew her, and I kept seeing then I kept seeing him blame her for his wife's death, coming in, because I always saw like, oh, she's gonna die, and I knew she recorded videos. And back then, it was like she had cassette tapes. I don't know, it wasn't DVDs. For some reason, I kept seeing cassette tapes, and how she would record stuff on cassette tapes, and she would do these, like, she would talk to herself on cassette tapes or show documents and store all this stuff on, but it was like detective stuff, and how she would basically, she didn't write in a diary, she recorded herself on tapes, and I knew that there was something there. It was going to be very interesting, but also horrifying, but also sad in the future, when I was designing that. But I knew that what Shine Dai's purpose was to integrate Bright or Star, which her name is still up in the air. This particular character has to be something with light. But when I was designing her, I knew that someone had to turn her into the murderer, had to teach her, or had to be this character that would awaken this demonic, vengeful side. And I knew that this was basically like if Bonnie and Clyde were like satanic cult members, and they were, and they were a lot smarter, and a lot, and looking at this whole thing and how he taught her this stuff, and I always saw like this romance coming to life between the two characters, and what you would know is like Angel would be born first, and then you'd have the story background where things start to get complicated with the halogen, and seeing even as early as seeing Angel in the back seat before her, before halogen exists, and just seeing her in the back seat of and kind of like torn by her, you could say, cultistic parents. If Bonnie and Clyde had children while they were doing this, kind of inspiration also, but they're members of this cult, and it was just kind of like this whole crazy story background but the thing is that it never was a story originally, but I knew that it could have its own story, but it was more of a background story to Halogen and his, you could say sister, you could say mother, because I left that up in the air, because Angel is like a caretaker, even though, you say she kind of basically raised her brother, and tried his best to keep him away from the cults and on the run. It took up this stuff, so you could, and I always saw her also dying to protect Halogen, and I always saw this very sad scene where I saw where this older sister that was like a mother to Halogen, to her brother, would end up giving her life for Halogen. And I always saw that it was such a horrifyingly sad story, and having him before he ends up in the orphanage, because that's how he ends up eventually being taken to the orphanage, because his sister, he was able to not have to go to no damn orphanage because he was with his sister on the run, and it was and I knew that his story was going to continue, and I knew that he was going to also meet what I called the Wind, or while I was writing the Wind, and the Wind was the witch, actually, that was born in the 17th century, that I was associating with an air sign. It was like wind, like this. It was an air sign. She had something to do with the way you breathe, where she can actually suffocate you. Like, I kind of like felt these kind of abilities where she can also give you air and breathe, and like a fresh air. Like, she had also the ability to be good, you can say, but she was, betrayed by a character called Iris. Iris was supposed to protect her. Instead, Iris joined the cult that would eventually become the Freemasons before, but then he was buried before, so he never was a member of that. Like, because what happens is, when I was designing them, I knew that it was going to end with George Washington and all that stuff around where that timeline was around. It was starting to build into the Freemason era line, when I knew that was when they were all going to get imprisoned, or a lot of things were going to go down, where different things were going to happen differently, and it was all going to be covered up in the 1700s and the 18th century. That was actually when it would be all covered up, and then I was going to leave a doormat all the way to the 20th century, because that's when Halogen, that's when even Shine Die, all this is in the 20th century. So it's when these storylines take place in the 20th century. We're in the 20th now, and that's when I was writing that. It was like, and so, and eventually I knew what this would become when I was interested in that stuff. And I thought, Shy Cry, it's like, I'm so good with characters and building characters that come from like cultistic energy. I feel like some kind of like creepy cultistic vibe that ends up building in, and then having because when I first saw Halogen, when I first saw him in my mind, I saw him as a little boy talking to a much older kind of this almost, you could say, teenage girl that claimed to be his daughter, but yet she's a lot older than him, you could say, but she's dead. And I was like, well, shit. And I knew from that moment on that there was something there about being haunted by the future when it came to Halogen, about the idea of the future, about the construction of the bulb, of the idea. And I always knew that Halogen was also going to perhaps be the one to try to challenge it. He's going to be, how can I alter and change it? Which is why when the girl came to him and said, my name is, it's Shy Cry, Daddy, Daddy, I heard in my mind. And like this creepy, cold wave, Daddy, Daddy. And I was like, and a curtain blowing, and I kept seeing all these things in his ear, and this kid, he's only a kid looking around trying to figure shit out, and then sees her there in the spirit form, and I was like, Shy Cry, Shy Cry. I kept hearing Shy Cry, Shy Cry, and then I kept hearing Halogen say, where's my Shy Cry? Who took my Shy Cry? As well, and I was like wondering where the hell that's coming from. The boy, the saying, because it was like, because he's trying to piece these things, and then it was like, and he ends up instead of naming her Shy Cry, which was my clever idea, was actually alter the name, and to show that the name itself didn't actually truly matter as much, and her name that he named her was Ura Cry, which is actually the kind of associate with the Earth-Spill galaxy. I always knew that her death was part of it, and what it would go into later, and I knew that this wasn't really a happy story, long necessarily. This was going to be a more of an emotional story, that was going to build into an entire, well, originally universe, but like I said, I watered it down to a galaxy. And, you know, I could tell these stories for ages, but the thing is it's you know, and a lot of it's already written in my mind, and I have written some of it down, but then it's like you can write things and throw it away or lose things, and it's like, sometimes I feel like, you know, a co-creator would be, you know, is actually my own future. Sometimes I feel like it is like something I'm supposed to do, where I'm supposed to, uh, you know, like a soulmate or something. I'm supposed to find someone that I'm going to connect with, that's going to uh, help create this stuff, and because it's not owned. It's not anyone else's IP. You know, if you think about it, I am creating brand new. I have these constructions to create brand new things, which is a very big deal. Where a lot of people in storytelling mess up. You know, I see even the legendary James Gunn messed up with Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 3 when, you know, when they're with Rocket's friend. Because if you look at the first movie, they went off on this adventure, you know, but then she never got to go on that adventure. She died in the third film. And then you look at like what they did to Star-Lord. So, and then I was like, well, I guess James probably didn't get any say on what they did to Star-Lord, and made him look like a total idiot, you know, in Infinity War. You could say that there wouldn't have been an Infinity War. There would have been, never had to been an Endgame if Star-Lord didn't lose his shit. But you can also say that the real idiot's Doctor Strange. For someone who's supposed to see all the outcomes, he didn't see that. You could say that that's even worse. You could say that this guy is very fogged. For someone who's supposed to have seen so much, he sure in hell didn't see that. It's like there's so much it's that I think when it comes to even some of the greatest creators on earth, and they're full of errors. Disney is full of errors. They hire people to write these scripts and they don't even connect. It's not even, you can't even treat it like a puzzle. It doesn't make any sense. It's like they just try to suspend your belief on things. You know, I could see even after the last episode of Loki, you know, I had a bunch of things come in my mind. In Valhalla popped in my mind. I even saw Thor as a possibility, but I even saw the resurrect of a Valkyrie. You know, I saw like, you know, to me, I kept thinking, you know, do they even know what they're doing? And they're trying to leave things up in the air. That maybe the TVA is really, you know, just sent off differently, and it's not really done. See, what I kept thinking about all of the choices, but also thinking where it could go, and thinking, you know, where working with what they have with the TVA, for example, just off episode 4, not even seeing episode 5 or 6, and telling you that the way, it's like, if you're about to meet the light and it's going to rapture you, and it's like death, and you come in, and what does that mean? And because maybe they don't want to tell you the TVA because they're waiting to have the TVA connect like Deadpool 3 and other stuff like that. So they're going to be like putting things on, and that's why I was like, well, damn, what is Loki? You know, for Loki, sometimes to me feels like could have his own real show, right? But I think that the only way at times, because there's, you know, they could be putting so much into the TVA, is to disconnect him from the TVA at some point. Like, what if one day they decide, like, what if Loki season 3 is just brings him back to like Thor and shit, in the Nordic realm, and of like the, you know, of Valhalla, and what death represents, and if you are seeing like souls and coming in and back and forth and all these alternatives, it's sends-offs and different being where in different locations of where you're going, and And I kept thinking for a while of all the possibilities that could actually even enter the show. And I thought, like, of all the reasons why someone would reshoot Daredevil. And in my mind, I was like, maybe they shot Tom Holland's Spider-Man, but then decided all of a sudden that when they were filming Daredevil Born Again, that they were like, well, we don't want to put our money into this there, because it's like, well, that what would that count as? You see what I'm saying? Like, I remember reading far back saying that Spider-Man was supposed to make an appearance in the Marvels, and then I'm like thinking, like, if it was, they'd more than likely pull him out, because if they put him in there, they have to, right? They have to pay Sony to put him in more movies, any Spider-Man related thing. So it kind of narrows this shit down. I'm like thinking, well, if you could only make 6 Spider-Man films, 6 Marvel films, I wonder if the contract is tied to 3 of them happen to be Spider-Man. If this is true, that there's 6 only Sony Spider-Man kind of association films signed at this moment, and then what does that mean? Because to me, when they're talking about having them in the Avengers, to me, this tells me, if let's say that there's only 3 Marvel movies, other Marvel movies, and you have to do Spider-Man 4, 5, and 6, which then you're talking about putting other characters in those movies and telling different storylines inside Spider-Man's. Which means, to be able to do all that, you have to be able to also, to me, if you're coming from New World Order and they were so afraid of releasing the Thunderbolts before Spider-Man 4, like, I shit you not, they were like coming off like they were afraid of releasing the Thunderbolts before Spider-Man 4 because of the fact that Spider-Man, they specifically were like, we want Spider-Man 4 to come out before the Thunderbolts, because if you think about it, they have something planned. And I think that people are onto it. If you ever watch Star Trek and shit, Brave New World makes sense. They're probably all talking about Serpent Society, which is aliens, snake-like aliens. And so it's like that it makes sense to do like Star Trek integration. It makes sense to have aliens live among you and be out there and stuff that, in seeing it in real time. And it's thinking, well, now where's Spider-Man if he's in here? And no one knows who Peter Parker is. And them talking about a Spider-Man movie focused more on Spider-Man, and less Peter Parker. Now was one of the last things I remember hearing. And I'm thinking, well, they wanted to mesh in that timeline with all these aliens. They want all these aliens. So I'm like, so obviously there's going to be aliens in Spider-Man 4 in plain sight. Like, I wouldn't be surprised if aliens are living amongst New Yorkers at Spider-Man 4. Now that they've branched that out, there's probably, they're probably going to, as much as people think Daredevil, the Defenders are going to team up, I think that if they do team up in Spider-Man 4, it's going to be in far less screen time than you may think. And I think that they will do it in Spider-Man 4, but I think it will be very rushed. Because I think what they're planning on doing, and I kept thinking about what it meant to be Spider-Man without Peter Parker in Obligation, and why would it be just a Spider-Man film and not much Peter Parker, and what are they going with this? And I was like, well, camera angles and shots, and spending time in New York, and meetings, and trying, and then I think, well, wait a second, maybe Peter Parker can't even make that much of a living, and he's struggling. But why not Spider-Man? Being Spider-Man, people can hand the guy a free slice of pizza. Spider-Man might be able to get his own place, even. Maybe Spider-Man can actually get his own place, but what about Peter Parker? Peter Parker got an apartment that looks like, you got to go with what he can do. And he probably struggles on payments, Peter Parker. But now Spider-Man can have a luxury apartment. And that's like kind of just like, so it's this whole thing of like, who's the villain? And I was like sitting here, there ain't a villain in Spider-Man 4. There's villains. I kept thinking in my mind, because it's like meshed in society and all this stuff. It's like, and catching up to this guy. And I'm thinking, well, what would Disney what is Disney probably going to do with Tobey Maguire? You know, meaning if I recall that he was still going to be associated in Disney more, and Andrew Garfield was going to go back with Sony, if I remember correctly. But I don't know, that might be off a little bit. But and they were going to actually have some kind of thing. And I'm thinking, because they're not going to make Spider-Man 4 with Tobey Maguire, because Sony keeps having creative differences with that, then it's like, then why not, I guess, also have, you know, you ever see the scene when Spider-Man's looking in the mirror and seeing his dark self? You know, what if Spider-Man's looking back at Spider-Man through the mirror? And I kept thinking, maybe they'll end up just sugarcoating at some point the family, everything that happened to the character of Tobey Maguire, because he's just, you know, maybe they're like, well, he's too old. We'd rather use Andrew Garfield because he's younger or some shit. I don't know. It's tons of weird things going through different people's minds. I don't really, like, to me, I don't see no problem at all why they shouldn't make Spider-Man 4 with this Tobey Maguire movie. You know, if they, you know, they send it out, but I would say that it has to be down to earth and grounded. You know, I'd say, oh, what's the point? Because it has to explain where he's been, what he's been up to, how he made his family work with MJ. To me, I always thought a great idea for him, because he has that web that comes out of his arms, and it's actually you could say that he's different. That what if his daughter had that too? What if he had a child with MJ? What that Tobey Maguire, when he was, you know, going on about his Spider-Man was going on about how they made it work. Like, I kept even seeing Aunt May hold the baby, you know, his Aunt May. So I had a lot of different things go through my head with the construction, and I kept thinking, well, Spider-Man 4 is going to be, to me, with Tobey Maguire, Spider-Man 4 is going to be more of like family oriented, right? It starts to lean more on family stuff, and it's like, and how someone makes something work, and how, where's Sandman at, because I felt like Sandman had to be a part of the movie still in my mind, and I kept thinking about the loophole in Spider-Man 3. The biggest loophole. You know what the biggest loophole in Spider-Man 3 is? To me, it's the symbiote that was left with Dr. Connor being tortured. There was a symbiote, in the last scene we seen with that symbiote, never showed it die. And Dr. Connor never said it died. Dr. Connor was torturing it, though. Was literally putting it through science experiments. It was the last thing we saw of that symbiote. So we know that there's a piece of symbiote left, as far as we're aware, that Venom could return in Tobey Maguire's Spider-Man verse. But there's all this stuff that goes through my mind with Venom. And another idea with Venom, and it's not Along Came a Spider, like the Venom 3, but it's called what I call the Venomverse, because it was Venom. Why I called Venomverse is because I took him through all the Spider-Man, all of the every place where he's ever been, including his home world, like throughout the universes through the Venomverse, connected to himself. Where he was connected to, and I was thinking, well, you know, there's a Venomverse movie where you can even have everyone that ever wore the Venom suit. You know, all it meant is that anything was ever associated with Venom, whatever Venom touched, was going to be a part of Venomverse, the movie Venomverse, that I keep thinking of. That maybe that's also a way, instead of doing Spider-Man 4, they do Venomverse. Because they can actually wrap in the story and do multiple things by connecting to the old Venom as well, and plus Tobey Maguire was attached to Venom. His Spider-Man has already been associated with Venom, so it's just like he's connected. And I think there's something there, is what I'm saying, like, for a story, for sure. But it's in some really badass fighting sequences. I mean, there's storylines where Venom basically ate and consumed New York City, though in the comics, for real. Like there's to that point where there's like he's all over the buildings and shit. Like there's some really crazy ass storylines. Because Venom was a bad guy, and then he became a good guy. And Carnage was actually part of the reason, why he became a good guy, you could say, was associated. Because, if I recall, Venom didn't verse Carnage by himself. Spider-Man didn't verse Carnage by himself. Carnage was too powerful in the comics. And that Venom and Spider-Man had to team up against Carnage. So there's all this stuff. I think there's an interesting future for sure. But it's all takes. All takes. And it's like there's so many opening scenes of things where they can go. Like Jessica Parker, doesn't have to be someone else. She could literally be, you could change certain things. Like Jessica Parker can be the daughter of Peter Parker. That's kind of like what the whole point of the Spider-Verse is. But you have Madam Web. And the thing is if they really have to do Madam Web correctly, because it's like, and I don't see Madam Web being really that good, unless she is attached to every single Spider-Man. I would expect, because it's Madam Web, to tell the origin of the spiders. I mean, one of the first things I think of a Madam Web movie is the spiders that bit every single Peter Parker and that created every spider person. Because that's what she is associated with as well as the spiders in that. And I keep thinking the origin of the spiders being the main focus, one of the most important things with her character and her being able to be connected to the Spider-Verse. It's like, and I keep thinking, all the Spider-Men have to be in this movie, or a big chunk of them at least. They gotta have flashbacks or something. Tobey Maguire, Andrew Garfield, even Tom Holland have to be in this Madam Web movie at some point. Even if it's just flashback sequences, if it's tied to the bites. So I just keep thinking, how important this Madam Web movie is. And if they really mess it up, then it's going to be Morbius all over again. Where Morbius, Morbius is a freaking Midnight Sun even. He's tied to the Gods and Monsters. The only difference is that Sony owns him. He is actually associated with, Vampire by Night. He's associated with Blade. Werewolf by Night even, Morbius was. So, there's a whole bunch of different things. It's kind of probably out the window because nobody's going to probably want to pay for rights of Morbius. Just to have Morbius in a movie over at Marvel is probably a definite no. Financially, a definite no. So and it kind of sucks because on the horror side of things, there's so much more you can do, with the vampires and stuff, because there's different types of vampires and what they could do with that. But because I kind of wanted to include them, but now I kind of feel like the world would never let that happen. It's almost feels like it's against the law. It's it's like, nope, Morbius canceled, whether you like it or not. Won't see him return until Sinister Six movie, and then he dies in Sinister Six because they don't want to take any more risks. So it's like, and why Venom keeps getting more sequels, because Venom's a popular character. People like Venom. Venom will keep getting fucking movies probably forever. He could. Financially, they'll probably do just fine, even with Venom 3. Because he's a very important character to a lot of people, I would say, in the Spider-Verse stuff, or whatever you want to call it. Because in a lot of ways, he's also one of he has his own multiverse. Like Spider-Man has the Spider-Verse, Venom also has his in himself has his connection to hive mind knowledge. He has the whole Venom verse, what I call the Venom verse, instead of the Spider Verse. But and I don't remember them ever calling it Venom verse. I call it that. I don't know where I got it from. I don't know. I just came up with it. I feel like maybe someone did say it, or maybe it was said in comics, but I don't remember it being said in comics. I remember being like in my mind, Venomverse, because it just felt simple, I guess. Venomverse, Spider-Verse, makes sense. And why is Spider-Man in Venomverse? And why is Venomverse in Spider-Verse? Because they're both connected. It makes sense. Spider-Man, wore Venom. He had Venom attached to him. He bonded with Venom, the symbiote. So it's like they could basically go through each other's universes and kind of break the rules in some ways. If you think about it, Venom doesn't, which is why it can make more sense why a piece of Venom was left behind, even because he kind of does his own thing. He can. It is a little odd, the choices that people make, for sure. Like, sometimes I think, like, why the fuck throw Scorpion in if you're never going to use him? Also, like, it mentioned, a couple times, like, I used to think that with Homecoming. Homecoming had that giant time error mistake, and I keep thinking, well, what's going on there? A loss of time. People just losing track of time and then time coming back. I think there's just this whole completely mentally draining construction that they're kind of defeating what Marvel's about, even though the more like all these things in the connection sometimes. But I think they might have taken too much on for their own minds, perhaps. But when I sit here and think about it, and I still go back to this day with the conversation I had in a Manhattan bar in New York City with a podcaster. And I remember talking to the podcaster, he's a Marvel podcaster, I can't remember what, I don't even know what. I just know that he was telling me, he introduced himself as a Marvel podcaster. And I sat at the bar, had a conversation with a guy, and I remember one of the things that he did say I did disagree with, though. One of the things I remember him saying was that they're making too much, and it's becoming too much, it's too overwhelming. And I was like sitting here, and part of me at the time, I was like, it becomes too much, it feels too much, right? But it's not really the problem. The problem is not that there's too much and they can't, it's the problem is that you have all these different storylines and it's like almost like there's not enough, because if you think about it, they have this whole Secret Wars being their finale, supposedly, of the multiverse, but yet there's so much. It's like, and you're supposed to tell 2 years worth of multiverse stories, and then hang it up for Secret Wars, the third, or it's like there's no way that this is going to make any full round completion in 4 years, even. It just doesn't make it, see what I'm saying? Or without it being like, hey, we just rushed and just threw a lot of stories out the window. Like, the moment that they came on stage and said that Secret Wars is going to be the finale might have been one of their biggest errors they ever did with the finale of the multiverse, because elsewhere stories, DC, for example, you have so many opportunities to support other creators by leaving the multiverse or timelines open. then instead of why do you want to shut that off and to create, just real selfishly create your own universe? It's like your own branch. It's like, so everyone has to obey that branch. When someone else could go do their own branch, being in favor and finding, which means then you could be hiring multiple people, but then they're probably worried, like, well, we can only release so many movies a year, and how, and stuff like this. Well, there's other platforms. I mean, you could be popping out Marvel content on your Disney Plus. You don't need to put every movie in the theaters if you don't want to. It'd be like, here's a couple Marvel movies, like Armor Wars, for example. The upcoming movie doesn't have to go in theaters. It could be like, Armor Wars is, they could actually even say, this, I would say it's a lot bigger than a special by the sounds of it, but they'll be like, well, guess what? You lucky son of a bitches. Here you go, or something. Here you go. Armor Wars exclusively Disney Plus. Here's a high quality film just for the platform. But they'll probably be like, don't expect this all the time, though, or something like that. I can see them doing it with at least one film, because if they start trying to rush everything, because Armor Wars is about magic and aliens and stealing Iron Man's tech, so it's like, and then you have to do an Incredible Hulk, World War Hulk movie, and then you got to do an explanation, which for all this stuff, it's like that makes that before Secret Wars. Like Doctor Strange 3, you have to do, Thor 5. It's like now is on the radar. You have to do all these things. The Legend of the legendary Star-Lord now standalone movie. It's like before, and they're coming out of the reslate of after Secret Wars. You see what it says to me? There's something gotta give. It says to me that either Secret Wars cannot be the ending that they originally proclaimed or said that they wanted. It either has to be the beginning, actually, in some ways, you could say, or, but without ending as well, but letting the things go, or you have to wait and push Secret Wars to literally, like, 2030 at least? You're talking about really just pushing that one really far out, because if there is the option where you can do Secret Wars in earlier than 2030 if they decided not to make it a grand finale film as much as they sound like they wanted to do. Now, if they make a grand finale film, I think they're already killing multiple storylines and timelines really fast. I was thinking here too that Marvel IP can do so much better in TV. It's like, why things take so long? Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. is proof, if you could say, like, who was in charge of Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D.? Because they should get a round of applause, or they managed to escape the dictators. It's like, because Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. didn't have to stop. They were able to just keep going, and they were just allowed to keep going and tell their story. And now it's like, nope, you can't. You got to connect. It's like no wonder why there's these big gaps. Like, if they're going to be a Loki season 3 and what? Like, I don't know, the fucking end of this decade or something. It's like, or something. It's like, and they're talking about Miss Marvel. I think they had even a Miss Marvel season 2. They had all these different constructions of different ideas for all sorts of stuff that sound like it makes a little more sense because for Miss Marvel, because it goes right into the Marvels, like these. I don't know. Maybe that doesn't even need another season. But you have all these other things in Daredevil. Or what are you going to bring Daredevil into the Avengers? Or why not? Are you thinking about making the Defenders movie into a movie? What's going on here with all this stuff? Because there's so much you can do, but I think there's like, well, we're no rush. That it could be very overwhelming. You know, they're going to take on so much shit in the content creation. I remember someone be like, "Well, you're interested in these statues and collecting." I'm not really interested in toys. You know, what I have, even I could disappear tomorrow and I'll be okay. It's to me, it's the stories and shit. So it's that I'm more even. You know, I guess if I'm even going to dive down the rabbit hole of Marvel, it's just for the stories more. You know, so it's and the characters and I don't know, but or go over here to H.P. Lovecraft and go somewhere else, or go to maybe recreate the Dark Universe. Maybe bring that version of Dracula back. You know, do something different with it. There's too much shit. I guess it does become too much. It can. Go into that shit. That's why I think this is where you just say, maybe burn the bridges on purpose, as fucked up as this may sound, burn those bridges on purpose, sort of, just so you could just be like, nope, I'm too busy focusing on my own IP. Thank you very much. Like, I don't have the money for your IP. I don't have the brain cells to be wasted on this IP that I may not even be able to finish because it's not in my authority to finish. I'm not the boss of Marvel. I don't make the decisions. If I'm be obligated to be on this line, so maybe it's like, then maybe I shouldn't. Maybe I shouldn't ban, because it might feel like, to me, I feel like you're working. You have to make suppressions and connections, and by doing it, it's like maybe I might be lucky to make 3 films. It's like, and that's it. It's under their reign, and then it's like, well, and if I'm not doing anything else, well, I'm gonna be like, well, is that a waste of time? Is it gonna connect? Is it gonna really connect? You could say like, that you're almost, you're a little out of shape, about your own characters. Like thinking, well, damn, well, I guess I could just fucking throw my character right in the garbage, my version, at any moment now, because it's not really mine. I just created them. I just created these alternate versions of the characters or something. And it's like, well, now they're no longer in. It's up for anyone else to do whatever they want with them. And that's not the bad part, having them up for everyone else to do what they want with them. The bad part is being locked out of being able to do anything else that you want to do with it as a creator. This is why I said this before, that Elsewhere stories is the right way to go, to have these things like how DC is going about things like for other, because it's in the favor of other creators. That's why it's in the favor of other creators. I thought for years of ideas for Batman villain solo films that probably would never be allowed in anyone's Justice League. So it's like, shit. So it's like you kind of go in these things. I thought, Scarecrow standalone movie, Lady Arkham standalone movie. I thought about tons of DC characters. I thought about a more comedic group that wasn't really, I didn't think just horror. I thought of a group that I really thought was fun and funny, that I called the Not So Secret Society of Villains, because the Society of Villains was also, there was also an association known as the Secret Society of Villains, which was created by Darkseid, and I always looked at like Darkseid's rejects. It's kind of like the construction, like, and how Gore the god, Gorg, this giant gorilla, and it's just like, how are they a secret? They're in plain sight. It's funny as fuck. It's like they come out and people see them and shit, and it's like, it's pretty funny. I think the idea of associating yourself, like coming out like the secret society of villains. It's like, well, remind me, what's so secret about you? Like a gorilla running around smashing fucking, shit. Like, I think it could be a fun movie, but sometimes it reminds me of something that already is being done, and it's called Doom Patrol, which is another fantastic, great choice for comedic stuff. And they have a show for that, and I watched a couple of those seasons. I don't think I've seen the last season, but there's emotion and all sorts of shit. I thought of a lot of things as well. Like I said, that every time you look back at certain movies, like Batman vs Superman or Suicide Squad, the first one, you sometimes will see things like I see things. Like I see movies that are like middle chapters. That was one of my first impressions of even Batman vs Superman. I've kept seeing in my mind stories in the background that sounded phenomenal that other people probably didn't like. Like I kept thinking of Scarecrow and thinking like what made Robin probably turn the way he did. I kept thinking Robin must have turned evil in my mind, and I kept thinking, well, he already has face Scarecrow because he has the fear gas. And I kept thinking, well, his Batman must have already faced him, and so he has that gas and the fear gas, and he has Robin's armor decked out with because Harley Quinn and the Joker supposedly killed him. And I think that sounded like a pretty intense film right there. That could be. That would be basically, the death of Robin. That would probably make a lot of fans angry, Robin fans, but it's still quite a movie. Concept for film, shit. Where Harley Quinn kills Robin, shit, and Batman kind of thanks him for it because what was it? Was it mercy? Is why Batman didn't really hate Harley Quinn for killing Robin. He didn't look very hateful towards it. I kept thinking in my mind that Robin's death must have also been a mercy because I kept thinking that they must have done like a dark Nightwing, kind of like this evil, something happened, like an evil Robin or something. And I feel like that Robin didn't start off that way. And I was like, well, he already got the fear gas. So what if Scarecrow managed to turn Robin evil, is what I thought. That maybe Scarecrow is the culprit behind the turning of Robin in this Batman versus Robin movie that we may never see the light of day of, that has Harley Quinn and the Joker responsible for the death of doing the thing that Batman can't do, is put him out of his misery, But yes, I do think that would piss off a lot of fans, especially Robin fans. What's going on, George? This is who's playing the game, right? Back to this.
Me coming back.
He ain't coming back. He ain't coming back. Ain't that something? Say that a lot. Say a word and then the word shows up. It's the clairvoyant side.
Muscle up. Muscle up.
The effortless
Muscle up. Muscle up.
clairvoyant side.
Muscle up. Muscle up.
All right, all right.
What's up, George?
Oh, you're right. Nice, huh? Perfect weather, hot dogs, laughing. Look, you kind of even see stars up there.
Pretty sure that's a plane.
It is nice. Now that you mention it, we don't get out enough.
Well, hey, now that I'm back, it can be like old times. Just the three of us painting the town... something, you know this.
Red.
Red. Sorry, my head's all over the place.
I see the dudes running around everywhere.
Two things to test your welcome. Who's up first?
Pete, come on.
Oh, here we go.
Nice!
Take it easy, Harry. Don't hurt yourself.
The only thing that's gonna hurt is your Parker pride.
Boys. You're both pretty.
Oh shit. Must be the venom.
Sorry. Okay. I guess this really was the year.
Harry, that was something else.
Yeah, I have no idea how I did that.
Okay, how about we do something more chill?
Looks like the Ferris wheel line has died down some.
Well, where's the booth? We go to the booth. Still one more thing to check off. Oh, right here.
Isn't it crazy that in another universe I wouldn't be here?
Or
with you
not.
guys?
Wow,
Just
way off.
Gone. Dead. I guess. So still in treatment.
See, you hear that Easter egg? Be gone, dead, I guess. We're still in treatment. Yeah, that's funny because it's like he did die in Spider-Man 3. Keep thinking, and I also think you'll probably never see him return because
We're in the best time.
what did James Franco like
This is a great night.
become a rapist or something? If I recall,
But I'm here.
Oh no.
can't get any work or
Side
some
effects of your
shit.
treatment may include becoming an extreme cheese ball. You bird. I missed you, buddy.
There's this.
Cotton candy, anyone?
Yeah. Strict diet.
What's this?
Too sweet for me.
I feel there's secrets probably easily missed. I'll be in New York City soon on Halloween, so maybe a miracle will occur is what I keep thinking. You never know, it's such a open place.
You got this.
You meet all sorts of people, but most of the time you meet people
How's it feel?
that I don't ever see ever
Or
again.
do you mean being as handsome? Just charming.
Peter.
Me, Peter,
Raise
is
your
nice.
hands.
I think we could both use more nights like this.
Yeah. We always say we will, but
Find myself a queen, is that what that is nowadays you call it?
no.
What
Too
people
hot.
call it?
All right. Postpone
Royalty.
pinky promise.
Oh, if I'm a king, I could become a king. This ain't the ticket, this ain't the
Needed that.
So relaxing up there.
booth thing.
That's all of them. Let's go collect our bounty.
Get on the Ferris wheel first.
You head straight home after work, okay? This place feels so much smaller now.
Like, I'm thinking of the yellow
Cheaper
ones.
10 years ago.
Which one is the... Oh, that's neat.
But kitty allowances made it hurt twice as much. Cheroot.
Do you think the blue dot is the end? Or the yellow one? Like, is the Ferris wheel the end of the world? Or is the blue dot the end of the world?
How about this price right here? It's huge, fits in a handbag.
What's going on?
Oh, hang on, bud. Here you go. Bathroom.
Or not? If you just want me to open the door, I gotta shut it. Pick a prize and prize. I don't know. I guess. Let me guess if Ferris wheel's gonna break down.
Hey, I'm gonna let you two go ahead and be cute together. I'm gonna go see if I can win a couple more unicorns. You know I'm never taking this off, right?
Oh, he took it off. Or glitched off. What, you want to hold hands? What's going on, bro?
It's funny.
You just want attention.
Harry's getting a second chance, but I feel like I'm getting one too.
You two are gonna make a hell of a team. The Bugle posted.
My fault.
Did Jonah put you on the front page? You're gonna be an editor. I should have brought champagne.
You know my phone is true?
Hunters and scorpions and explosions.
Oh, sorry, yesterday. Put it down here.
Jonah posted the new guy story.
It's a hell of a hunting.
It already has 5,000 views.
Oh, for goodness sake.
I've got to write a different kind of story. Win his trust. Somehow.
Hey, come up with something. You always do.
Thanks.
Sure.
What?
And hey, if you need some help from your friendly neighborhood Spider-Man, I'd say you make
Not the garbage.
Even if I do
I gotta take that out and extra remind me.
Next time.
Here. Come here, bro. Come on. No. Why are you attacking the trash? But running after the trash.
He went this way. Out of the way! Eyes on Tombstone!
They're hunting Tombstone.
Tombstone.
I'm back. I think.
Craven's Goon Squad, huh? Which supervillain are you hunting this time? Mysterio? Tombstone?
Okay, 1 second.
What's going on, buddy?
You like chocolate all of a sudden? I'm gonna take care of this. I don't think you're supposed to have that. I threw that away because I lost it. Stay out of the garbage. There ain't no garbage anymore. Get a haircut.
Didn't expect to see me? Well,
Separate cans. One second, I'll be right back. Alright.
The feeling's mutual. One
I
night
don't know
off.
where life takes us. I don't know. Only can be open, I guess, when miracles present themselves. Go from there. Go from there.
All I wanted, but no. Steer clear. Tombstone can handle himself. You can't take on all of us. Can't let them hurt anyone who hasn't gotten out of the park yet. Oh no, Harry! Come on, Harry, pick up, pick up!
Hey, it's Harry. Leave a message.
MJ, Harry isn't answering his phone. I've got my hands full with these hunters, and I don't see him anywhere.
Our Ferris wheel is about to touch down. I'll make sure he's safe.
And you stay safe too.
You know I don't go anywhere without my Simkarian sidekick.
Is that what you call your Sable Stingray?
Still workshopping it. I'll let you know when I
Oh
find
shit, what a wig.
Repositioning!
They're moving in on the raceway. That's where Tombstone was working. He's tough, but so are these guys. I have a shot!
Oh shit.
Hunter, start your engines! And may the best spider win!
I knew you'd get the big duck.
MJ, you found Harry?
Not yet, but I saw Mysterio. Craven's Goon Squad doesn't seem to be interested in him. Like, at all.
And they must only want Tombstone. Thanks for the tip!
Yeah. I'll keep looking for Harry.
Target is in my sight!
Could you come back later? Now isn't really a good time!
The spider is down. Go get Tombstone.
I'm coming, Lonnie! These nets are no joke! I got these guys, Tombstone. You just worry about breaking through that net.
These are saying you defend me.
You and me both, Lonnie. But these guys, his boss wants you dead. He's a hunter, and he's making supervillains his prey.
Call for my parole about how I turned my life around.
Since he's already killed Scorpion, probably not.
This won't hold me.
Once and for all.
What's up, bro?
I got you, Lonnie! Don't fall. I'm sorry, Lonnie. I do want to help you! It's gonna be okay.
Was that?
Yeah. Hang on.
Our venom.
We gotta talk.
We sure do. Spider-Man.
So you think I had enough food?
But first, what are those things coming out of you?
I think
How about some real cat food?
it's my treatment. Dr. Connors said it's some kind of self-learning exosuit. I had no idea. Just... Wait. You know what this means, right? We both have superpowers. Just think about all the stuff we could do to heal the world! Sorry. I guess I still gotta figure out how this thing works.
Well, it's a real shame neither of us has a state-of-the-art science lab to run some tests.
I'll go make sure the coast is clear. Meet you there?
I had my toes
Call when
itch.
you're ready.
Crazy. Alright, I gotta stop. Stop.
Hey, I just saw what happened at Conan. What was that?
Oh shit, stop.
Remember my friend Harry?
Yeah? That was him? How?
Honestly, no idea. I think it's this treatment he's been... Oh, that's Harry. Gotta go.
Hey, I cleared out the foundation.
All right, I'll swing by.
Brother, I'm gonna say no to this.
How many times have you said that?
You got food out in the kitchen, and you're on a 5 o'clock routine. For soft food. So, what's up, bro? Wait. Aw. You feel very energetic. You ready to party? Got that party energy, shit. It's like vibrate and get anything. That's why he's George, right? Mr. Curious. No. Hyper. That's in the box. Good luck. If you could figure out how to open it, then you earned it. I'll be right back. BRD. Smells. You don't have no more of that talking shit all night. No.
Brandon, between 9 o'clock at night and 5:30 in the morning, you cannot do that and keep us awake. Sorry.
You're in there talking loud.
You gotta keep it down, Brandon. You can't keep us awake.
It's not my fault.
It is your fault. You gotta keep it down.
So we're getting close to Venom. Closer and closer. What's up, bro? What's up? Side missions available. Check. Main stories. This is the Venom side, is what I kind of figured. A bit obvious too, but then again, you know what could really tip the player upside down if they were expecting that to be, but then there's an entire suit of other traits, but I doubt that's the way they went. Oh, hero tokens. And that one. Oh, Miles got a new trait. Thunderburst. Or skill. Sorry, my nose keeps itching. A nostril. A nose. Nostril. Nostrils itching. See, these are, I think, side. If I recall, these particular skills on this side are separate, meaning you have to put them in a separate, like you have to exchange things out. Because I remember there's blue power that doesn't fit unless you sacrifice another. Now I do it, I guess. F it, I guess. And click over here. Abilities, which he still doesn't have this available. Continue through story or purchase. Continue through story or purchase and skill tree. So here you have Venom, Smash. Yes, so here's where you're looking at it changing to, which it already did by the looks of it. Thunderburst, Venom Dash, Thunderburst. And then under here, I believe there's one too, which is Chain Lightning. Which are like separate power sets. Which I'm going to assume that the fourth. So that's just game might break again. Did it before. It actually crashed on the whole love machine thing, and like it was trying to tell me something. But this bugs out a lot for me. I get a lot of technical issues every now and then with the game consoles. Let's see here. But yeah, so in other words, I'm gonna assume if I unlock this here when it comes available in the story, it'll actually unlock also, oh, not him, this locked one that I can't reach. Like, which is what that means for continue through story or purchase in skill tree. Which kind of sometimes when I use certain abilities, it kind of makes me think that you don't even have to purchase them. So it's kind of like wasting purchasing certain abilities at times, because like I just get a sense of like some of them don't matter. That looks like it might be a heavy punch though. Thunderburst. But it's like a add-on, maybe perhaps to something Venom Dash. Something like, why do I have these? Kind of lock you out of certain things. Like on this side, like all this here might become useless with the Venom on this side. When I say or think about it, because then that's going to be a whole nother layer. Tracer's going to go over Peter Parker's abilities instead, meaning right now there's one each, but they're going to eventually be replaced with Venom abilities. Which means he has a total of 8 different abilities, additional abilities that can probably be boosted. And then he apparently has 12. That's because he doesn't have the Venom symbiote, which is probably crazy overpowered, or really probably one of the coolest things, I would imagine. Another manual save here before it crashes. I'm going to do it under Master Illusionist. Why not? You want to see something I was drawing, or I drew a little bit ago, and then I Or not that, actually, it was a while ago, it feels like now. Kind of like a two-sided thing. So it kind of goes both ways through the paper differently. And I even changed some of the stuff on depending on what side it is. How the character has like a beetle kind of on his brain, and you could say a kind of bug on his brain, like up above the bridge of his nose, and a bug on his nose or whatever, like kind of like two bugs glitching down the wave. Kind of looks like it would be like Welcome to New Orleans or something, which I've never been there. I've been to Salem, Massachusetts, but never New Orleans. No, buddy. Say hello. Say hello, Mr. Curious. You want to look in the camera? Say hello to the people. Say that you're the one playing this. It's you playing the game. Play the game, George. The PlayStation controller. That would be something. At least you could speak English, because you know how. We just don't like to do it on camera. I attempted to try to record him a couple times, but it's like a lot of work to catch him into doing it. I end up not usually having the camera set, or when he is. But he'll say, mostly he says hello, but he also says other words too. Right, George? But we're all brainwashed with your most repetitive word you use the most, which is hello, hello, hello. Karma, say a couple words. If I could just recall what they all were, I can't remember. He said more than hello. I think now was one of them. He said it was where when it was like now or something. He wanted something now. My hair is a mess. Patchy, all shaped. Pray for a miracle. True love or not at all was something I used. Sometimes I think of the modern explanation stuff though. It sounds pretty confusing, but it's also kind of like a defensive. But also it's more than a person. It's like taking on a lot with the whole whenever I dive into modern, but it's a bit concerning, I guess. It can be a bit because of confusion. Because that a lot of people don't understand what it was. I remember back in the day, people used to think it was associated with Call of Duty, but it actually wasn't ever associated with Call of Duty. You're wrong. I used to play Modern Warfare, but that's not why. Back in the day, MW2, the OG MW2. I've never been to Haunted Disney or Disney at all. Disneyland, Disney World. How many times have I been in Florida and California, on and off? I've been to man. I think I went to Florida 4 times. And one of the times I was living there for a brief amount of time, it was 4 times. And then I might be 5. I don't know, 4. But and then I've been to Cali. 1, 2, went back twice in 1 year, and back 3. Yeah, Cali was I think 4 times. I think went back in November, didn't I? That 1 year, and then it was February. No, it was 3 times. My bad. And the first time I was living in I moved to San Diego. First time for a short amount of time, some months or whatever. But well, that was longer, way longer than Florida, San Diego. I don't remember how long, but I didn't go this year. I was like going every year. It was in my head I was thinking about going every year, at least once a year. If I wasn't living in Cali, I had something calling me in Cali though. Like that's the difference. Like then all the other states, like when you go to LA, and the sense like LA is the first land I touched in Cali, inside the state, because the first time I went to California, I took a bus to California, and I got off the bus in Los Angeles, and then I got back on another bus to San Diego. But LA, it was really this calling, like the Shining, kind of, weird talk, I guess, but it was like just kind of like this something calling me in. I don't know, and it was I don't know. Sometimes I could still, if I let myself, something in California that certainly speaks louder than most other states, at least. Or sometimes I feel like it's someone, just maybe a resident of California or something. I don't know, but I like to think of it like that sometimes. But true love, well, not at all. Start reading. See, right here, Call of Cthulhu. I'm sure I'm digging. This one here, I think, is the one that I saw that did had a movie, but I've never seen it. It's called the Dunwich Horror. Which I didn't think they had. There was H.P. Lovecraft movies, but I was very wrong. There's a bunch of Lovecraft old movies that were made, at least since around the story, or some of the stories, I guess. Like the Dunwich Horror, I think, has at least 2 films, like 2 different films, like this dude, in the Providence of Rhode Island. He lived in Rhode Island, 1890. In the 1890s, was born in 1890. Sorry. his grandfather that I guess inspired him, and still in a love of literature and Gothic horror. The family was very well off until, so I remember certain bits and pieces, but I didn't remember that for some reason. Like I remembered his romance that to me that he had only apparently ever been in one ever romantic relationship, which sounded like pretty awesome to me, especially in this day and age where a shitload of people are just either sluts or retired sluts, or whatever the male version of that is too, because they do the same damn thing in this day and age. And then they all of a sudden decide to retire. It's this one. It's like from their sleazy years. You ready? Go. So, my window right now, it's like, why there's even a curtain on it, because the curtain is completely see-through. Right out the window, through the curtain. It's just pretty pointless. The curtain is like some of the silliest shit on earth because it's like see-through. I don't know. Lovecraft and the Terror of the Modern. Look at that. The Terror of the Modern. It's the Great Pod Pan. There's Arthur Machen. Nordency. Here's Poe. Edgar Allan Poe. Oh yeah. The Raven. Why is the Raven like a writing desk? Yeah, consensually unsuited to the workaday world, made only a few half-hearted attempts to find a job, and even refused the editorship of Weird Tales. The magazine that had published his best-known work since he would have had to move to Chicago. I think that's what really drove him and his wife away, if I recall. Sonia had to take a job in Cleveland, or something. She had to move somewhere, and Lovecraft, separated from his wife, had to move into a smaller apartment near Red Hook, an area he disliked intensely. There he lived on a small allowance sent him by his wife. Sent to him by his wife. It doesn't say that though. I should say that, I feel like, but preferring to spend his money on mailing supplies instead of food. Lost dangerous amount of weight. Lovecraft returned to Providence in 1926, and he and his wife agreed to an amicable divorce, some kind of special divorce, some fancy word, or probably some kind of finance, I suppose, something to do with material objects or money or some shit. Different negotiation, which was never finalized, making Green's 1936 marriage in Los Angeles technically bigamous. Yeah. That's interesting. Would remain in Providence for the last and most prolific decade of his life when he produced works such as The Dunwich Horror, The Case of Charles Dexter Ward, At the Mountains of Madness. He also made some money ghostwriting for clients such as Harry Houdini. It was probably due to his neurosis and sensitivity to rejection that he made no attempt to better his situation. Lovecraft did not try to sell The Shadow over Innsmouth, though it would have most likely been successful, and ignored a publisher who offered to buy any longer works he had ready, even though The Case of Charles Dexter Ward only needed to be typed up and mailed in. Lovecraft's last years were marked by poverty, in which he gained often went without food in order to be able to mail letters. He literally was killing himself just to mail letters. He's starving himself in bits. Into his wide circle of correspondents, mostly fellow genre writers and fans. His health was never good. Continued to decline. He was diagnosed with cancer of the small intestine in early 1937 and died in extreme pain on March 15th. Like, these stories are just, I don't know, it's like people that like have amazing talent, like world-changing talent we're talking about. Like, this dude is known for creating an entire different genre, responsible for some of the biggest, most popular, what he started creating, like mythos of dark, evil gods and shit. That was a hell of a genre that, like, literally, in this day and age, if this was new, would make at least multi-millions of dollars. I would imagine coming out like something like, it's like shit. And the dude made sense. If I recall, it was like 10 cents or something he got from where he was selling it to. Like, the publishers that he was selling it to, I guess, were giving him, like, I think it was like 10 cents or some shit. Or a quarter, maybe, I don't know. But no, it was like cents. I guess he feared rejection, but I remember also reading at some point he didn't like change. He didn't like migrators. Like, the dude literally, like, apparently the guy even had a romantic relationship, but ended up, not being able to go with her because, he's, I don't know, doesn't want to go where she's going, which sounds stupid as hell to me, but whatever. The guy could have solved probably a lot of his issues by choosing to move with her. If you think about it, he probably would have lived longer too. But you have all these things. It's it's something else. It is something. It's what talent there be in people and distortion and what masks. Now, this, and even, I think even the worst. I think the worst is, which is far worse than his story, is someone that never got recognized. Is, I think, even 10 times worse. That could have the same or even higher quality of an imagination. like, I think could be quite debatably worse. Like, there's so many talented people in this world, talented singers, talented actors, writers, creators, different types of storytellers, and how you tell a story through music, all sorts of things. But may never, and it's like you could put yourself out there in the world, but even nowadays, but like, I feel like to gain the right amount of crowd, you really have to be liked. And you have to not only have the talent, but you have to figure out how to get the right audience or someone that can help you get the right audience. Because, especially, like, I'm not even popular and I get death threats. So I'd imagine how many they get. Like, Jesus, it's probably nightmarish content and stuff. So it's, that I'm sure it's not all good. Being in the spotlight, you probably have to deal with a lot of shit constantly, repetitively. I'm almost unfazed by that stuff when it's written or verbalized, to be honest. Like, other people, I think, get more affected with it verbally, because I feel like I could be immune to the word shit, even to the aggressor, or someone who's actually might be even meaningful behind it, because it's not a threat until it's physical. To me, I guess partly. Like, I like to give someone the benefit of the doubt, I suppose, and understand maybe they are just having, they don't have a balance things and they're going through a lot of shit or something. So try to understand that, but at the same time, dictators shouldn't be allowed to exist. So I will say, I think dictators are probably the worst thing in the world, is when someone tries to dictate someone's life because it's not pleasing to their life, it's like, or they just like instantly latch onto hate and come after you because of them problem, but they're like, well, it's your problem, right? But how in the hell is it my problem or anyone else's problem? It's just how they're consuming it in their own head. And if you think about it, it's their problem mentally, but I still am just but true. I mean, if we're all gonna just cater to everyone else 100%, we might as well not even exist. We might as well be slaves. I might as well even be. It's like, it's so defeating to be like told how to live, you know what I mean, against who you are. It's like, kind of like, that's not life, that's fucking death. That's the complete opposite of life. It's like suffocating and being masked in hell. It's like, I don't know, it's just me. Like, I would imagine nobody really likes that, but yeah, some people think they're in the right to do so. But I mean, could there be exceptions? I think the only exception is, true love. If you ever find this potentially non-existent substance of soul meshing, which I think probably most people don't, or if they do, they lose it before even made. It's interesting, for sure. You'll pretty much probably do anything. There's one person out there you probably would. I would imagine. I can imagine. Like, falling, to the point where you could actually even lose yourself, potentially, if you're not careful, depending on who. So you get these I think that's what the whole thing like with clusters are. You know, that how I like to think of it like clusters, like universes or galaxies meshing. Like it's like you're either going to consume the entirety of something else, or it's going to mesh in harmony. You know, and that's kind of like, I think a lot of times it's, you know, you don't want, I guess you really don't want that in toxicity, but it's like it's the toxicity for some people probably is better than nothing. You know, and I think that's why people are in abusive relationships, or they're convinced, you know, because they become like hive mind meshed, completely like hijacked, because it's like, it's like having barely any room to breathe, but instead of being, you know, harmony, you know, or, you know what I mean, like is not what true love is. A part of, is it like a you know, that harmony where you're both you know, at peace and balance and in love and you know, together. I don't know, maybe I'm crazy, but that's what I kind of think, because it's like I don't want to be suffocating my significant other, you know, that I don't even have yet, you know what I mean, and I don't really, I'd rather not be suffocated by her either, you know, so it's if that makes any sense, but it's like, but being me, you know, and someone saying before that they saw me in a being abused by a woman potentially, I hope not. You know, it's because of, you know, once I get in that case, it depends on who I end up with. But I've met a lot of different types of people. A lot of different types of people think they're, you know, some people, you know, have different sight on things, I guess, than others, and I try to get the benefit of the doubt when we look at different types of people who do identify or have identified as clairvoyant, for example, and stuff like that. Different varieties of types of things. Me personally, I also believe that if you dive into that, you can be changed by it as well, or you can adapt to it. And, you know, I feel like growing up and seeing spirits at a young age, and you know, and then all of a sudden disconnecting, like finding ways to disconnect from where you naturally were and tuned to become more of I guess a ruler of matter, if that makes any sense. It's like you go from the let go into the where they're revealing and choosing, and you're seeing these spirits and all these things constantly, repetitively, to now controlling like the construction of reality. It's as strange as that sounds, but it's like tapping into like reality changing stuff. It's like a type of transformation, like taking your abilities and changing them into something else. That makes any sense. Like someone said to me before that they when they looked at me, they identified me as a programmer, and that was just like all they said. Like, you're a programmer, you know. It's like, and they're just like, and then you're like, you take it in, and you're like, what? You know, you try, you know, but instantly for me, I'm like, I think in the moment I was like, I don't know, I was kind of like thinking, okay, yeah, sure, you know, it's like, I don't know, but like when I walked into freaking GameStop, it was like, you look like The Walking Dead, and I'm like, oh, that's awesome. It was like, well, that wasn't a compliment, but I was like, well, actually it was. You know, I can get it, you know, maybe they'll hire me and I'll be on an episode or something. I was thinking in my head, but it's like just this altering of how you take something in, and how you control it, so it doesn't, so they don't control you or affect you. Like, it's so you're not being hijacked mentally. See what I'm saying? People, you know, do that to themselves, is what I've come to realize throughout my life, that, you know, it's people do that to themselves. Like, you're just if you let your guard down, or not your guard down, but you let yourself be influenced, then the next second you know you're being dictated and controlled, and you're now in a very uncomfortable situation of hell, and then you're supposed to pretend you like it, even though you're kind of like let it happen. You did let it happen. You did it yourself by letting that happen. So and I think so. It's just, it's. I would say, I guess, maybe how strong are you? Maybe for people, maybe people are weak. I think maybe people might be, and I'm not trying to be an asshole, but maybe some people just can't do it. But I would imagine, like, what would stop them would be walls in their minds. I would say some kind of like walls, or some kind of force field potentially over the way they perceive or something. I don't know. There's tons of different possibilities. Usually I see people when they are like that, though, is they're very judgmental, or they're coming back from a hateful or prejudiced type of format of life, and they're just trying to figure out how to exist. Like, I have people around me to this day that are like that, and that they're just like, they're only changing because of people, and the moderation of the world is kind of like forcing them to change a little bit. And so it's like they're adapting. Right. The Dunwich Horror. Freaking H.P. Lovecraft, I'm telling you, this can be very accurate to a lot of people and their emotions. Some guy that completely isolated himself in some cases, or was isolated and gotten, it's like Sylvester Stallone nailed it. Time is a currency, and where we invest, and who we invested in, as well. And it's like, to me, I think what this guy really did wrong, a lot of times, I think, is that with the love that he had, if it was true, if it was, then I think the stupidest damn thing was for him not to suck it up and actually go. Because I think he could have still at least, sold his shit for nothing, but he would have at least been healthy as shit, to, live, I would imagine. So it's, he would have lived longer. He would have at least, he would have extended his life. He must not, part of me thinks maybe he just, was, like, no, I will not. He's like in war with himself internally, but also emotionally suppressed and crushed kind of vibe, which can create an amazing stories, though, and draw from dark places to create. Because some of the stories in the world, you could argue that some of the best stories in the world are created by suffering. Amount of suffering from that you might not even see inside your soul. Like, it's an amount of suffering that just pours into the paper and the pages of art. That's not accurate, though, for every artist. I don't think every artist has to suffer to get their best work, but I do think there are a bunch of different qualities, and that some will debate that it is. I think it's something that's interesting to bring up. Like, there's a lot of things in my life that I would be interested in doing, but I'm not like going to reject ever doing them. Like, if opportunity comes and presents itself, I'm like very open to try and do things out. Like I've said before, there's a couple things I wanted to do, but usually for me it's money issues. But it's like, if you're trying to figure out on that stuff, but it's like, if you end up having it and if you're carrying bags and you're traveling the world, and then you're like, all of a sudden, what am I going to do if I take some of this money and a little bit of money and actually maybe buy something to go do something, like like in LA, when I was going to the beach every single day, and I would watch some people run out into the sunset on these amazing waves and go surfing and stuff. One was actually something that was drawing me in, that I was like, man, I want to do that. And I also was like skydiving, diving into, scuba diving. There's all these things that I've actually never have done that are, that have always intrigued me. But the only thing stopping me there is just, honestly, is usually just, maybe it's just like it's not the right moment because of financial reasons. Usually they say like you kind of like have money or whatever, you don't have them enough, or you're concerning on things, or like, I think, and it's like you don't want that to become the defining subject too. Like I think you could easily struggle if you were to put your soul into the coin. Again, the coin to me reminds me of the totem, kind of this channel, the sense of cent for the dollar. It's this energy exchange of this vampirism that's based into the currency. So it's, if that makes any sense, like some people like vampires. Sometimes I think of Cirque du Freak when he says, "Now that I'm a vampire, can I turn into a bat?" And he's like, "No, that's bullshit." And I'm like, "Oh my god, that's hilarious," because I'm like, what vampire drinks blood? Like, I don't know any vampire that drinks blood. I would say that's bullshit. But, so it's, but it's, I don't know, it's just something, I think, to think about in the world. Like, you could blame, what's this? This book up here. Maybe we could blame this. And how much weight would it be to put all our blame into Bram Stoker's Dracula for, or all the marketers? And look at that. That's real dark ambience right there. That's real geometric witchcraft integrated right into the cover of a story. So think about when you put something like this out there in the world, and you could just feel the dark ambience from the page. Dark ambience. It's thick, and you could sense it, and it's like, and it starts to intensify and construct the reality of the construction. So eventually, obviously, Hollywood's eating this up, and the next second, people are, grabbing something, and and usually they all are like blood. It's always blood. It becomes so. It's when the truth is that Dracula isn't even technically. You could argue Dracula as a vampire is also a werewolf. Is more of a shapeshifter of blood magic. So. So here, for life be, after all, only a waitin' for something else than what we're doing, and death be all that we can rightly depend on. Well, it's like underline this word right here in the last thing that they say, which is we can, and death be all that we can rightly depend on. I would underline the word rightly. This word right here. Who is making this right? Why is this rightly? See what I'm saying? This is how magic influence occurs, because they make you forget morality or reconstruct and design the idea of morality. Very real. So for life be after all only a waiting for something else than what we are doing. And, it's very dark. Like, the moment I picked up this book and having my hands on it, I could just feel dark, dark ambience from, just from this book. It's like, it's very intense, like, thick, darkness. It's like, that's how I don't know, that's how I associate dark ambience. It's the type of stuff that can make someone sick. It's if it meshes with the soul and body, it can make someone sick. And this here is how the circles, the doors, and the way the triangles are laid out. It's all about metaphoring and transforming, even surpassing the door, about being even more superior than the doors. It's like this is the symbol of transformation, surpassing entry point. And one of the biggest influences to corrupting vampire, the ideology, at least behind it, and whatever it comes. Because like I said, in the real world, I've never known a vampire to drink blood. That is the actual Circuit de Freak bullshit. When he says, "Now I'm a vampire gonna turn into a bat." It's like, no, that's bullshit. He's like, I remember mimicking things like that as a kid growing up, doing like role playing and shit. Step Brothers, for example. Shut your mouth. Just shut your mouth. You're coming all stupid. And I remember certain things. It was like, just back in the day, man. We used to do some crazy ass shit. And I would hang out with my cousins and stuff growing up, because I didn't always have friends. So it's like different types of, I don't know, just a lot. And I would imitate things. I remember trying to do the dinosaur noise that Jim Carrey did in a series of unfortunate events. I remember on the trampoline, some shit like that, like doing weird things that a kid, I guess, said that it's like, it's the scene that where he's trying to act like a dinosaur when they walk into the room. I don't know, but then you have the, like, sayings and all these things. I don't know, there's a lot of classics out there, I think, and like that are probably might not hold up to eventually in the ever-changing world that we live in. Because the reality, the state in which things are in, can change. And I don't know, it's just I think this is like when I heard like Kick-Ass was gonna get a reboot, and they weren't gonna cast the originals, is what they're saying. But it's what they're saying, and then it's like, how hard it is to trust Hollywood when they're full of shit 90% of the time. And they like to lie constantly. So and they would be like, well, it's white lies, but I would argue that white lies can still be some very destructive things, and especially how you consume them. Like imagine growing up thinking it's right to lie, and that there was a right way to lie. The Evil Dead's Rise said, "You'll make a great mother." They're like to the character. And you don't want to know why? It's like, and it says, because you know how to lie to kids. It's like, shit. Shit. Evil Dead said that. They put that right in the Evil Dead. You know how? You know why you'll be a good mother? You'll make a good mother because you know how to lie to kids. That's some fucked up shit. I took that like shit, It's kind of like basically saying that even a white lie is still evil. That you could argue the case of like even secrets and surprises. It really goes that far into the eating meat at all. For example, if you mention like, oh, that could be a topic of sin. But you know how hard it is that, like, being at least American, to not have at least committed one sin your entire life. Like, realistically, like, we've all I would say I'm gonna say that there's probably rare exceptions out there. Don't get me wrong, but we've all sinned at least somewhere. Without even realizing it. Eating meat is can be technically considered a sin. True. I mean, I wouldn't. I think it's a very case like just by me picking up a burger and eating the damn cow. That cow, whether I killed him or not, is debatable because I'm ignorant to the fact of how the cow died. I didn't actually kill the cow myself. On top of it, so there was no tradition for me to even be able to cleanse my soul before devouring this burger. So it's like, if you think about it, it's, I'm evil for just eating the damn burger. Questionably, debatable, morality wise, so we're all sinners. So it's in some way, but there's some that are bigger sinners and sinners in other directions. Like, there's some that just constantly just dive in certain things, like lust. I think is one of the most common. I think it's a more common repetitive sin than some people are care to admit, because it's easier to doctor someone or to go, and if they can just find some way to distract them when there's so many things out there, than to actually get the real remedy of genuine love. I think some people are more bound to repeat, and then there's others that don't. I do think people do change, but I think they learn how to change, and I think things like fear or potential death or things like that can actually force someone to change too. And it's you look at like why someone would retire from being like if someone's been with like, you ever see people that bragged or they had like said, well, I had 6 wives or I had 6 husbands, whatever. You hear them like, I never heard a girl brag before, but I've heard a guy brag before. Well, I had 6 wives. It's like I did something right. I know what I'm doing. And they're like, they think that they've accomplished so much by having 6 wives and 5 divorces, let's say. So it's like it's like how many errors and trials have you gone through, or are you just really that evil? You could say, and it's like, when you look at people like that, it's just like, I don't think that's an accomplishment by any means. Suggesting anything to do with love with people. I just think people are convinced that it is. Or they are actually evil and they want to continue to do it because they enjoy doing it. True. They're like vampires, too. They're a type of vampire, I'd say. Like type of, succubus or some kind, but instead, people think, well, they're going to die, potentially. Vampires associated with death. Different kind of death. You're not necessarily going to die. You could feel, you get depression. You can feel really bad and get like negative energy come in, but I don't know. I've never known anyone to really. I've known someone to shoot themselves. I know a couple of people who have been drawn into to suicide by others, unfortunately. But but I've never. It's it doesn't always happen that way. There's a lot of horrible things out there with people and where people go in life and decide what they're going to do, and in the mix sometimes it just ends up becoming something that they have trouble avoiding. Because not everyone has the ability, to, or they don't know, or they do, they have the ability, but they don't know how to tap into it, or they have vulnerabilities. It's like, this is why a lot of times I think that immunity towards things, or being naturally immune to something, or being able to be immune, is, for some people, maybe the best protection that they can ever have. but it can also be the opposite, depending on what. Like if the person has a demon, for example, that's a torment demon that's devouring from the inside out, then that's like entrapping yourself with the demon, but which could still lead into some, that's where like other words it kind of goes against itself, depending on how it's used. But it's like spirits and stuff like that are very real. But like I said, anything the dead can do, as far as I'm aware, that the living can also tap into, if that makes any sense, at least. So it's, it's because it's channeling and harnessing energy and meshing. And, if anything, the human body just acts more like a filter for the living. So it's like you have to be careful what comes through your body and how it goes through. Because because it can eat away at cells, cause cancer, all sorts of shit if you dabble in certain things. So your mind, a lot of protection, your soul, you go through a lot of protection trying to prepare, I guess it's like filtering in a lot of ways. It's like filtering what's coming through to selfishly protect your own body. Not everyone has angels, protecting them. Or they're, for example, some take up the responsibility of having to protect themselves. So it's, I guess, or, stuff like that, I would imagine. So when it comes to certain things like filtering, but then you have invisible angels that you could have and not be aware of who your angels are. It's... there's a lot in this world, and it's the future to me is whenever time I've ever tapped into the future, I've seen I'll see like little things, but it's like that are like branches, and then you kind of like have to make it treat like a puzzle. So it's like, to me, the more you dive down something, you also you'll see glimpses of something, but what I see is like nexus. Maybe nexus is a good word. This is like where you hit something and it starts to branch, meaning this is the future and this is the future. And now you're like, oh shit, well, where's this going? Where's that going? And because now you're looking at it like, well, it's kind of like branching in different directions. And that happens in the real world. So it's, and then you start to it makes it like, so you have to divide yourself and, and like copy yourself to be able to even go down all these roads simultaneously, if that makes any sense. And that's, somewhere down the road, you're going to probably get a rogue variant of yourself. The one that just, is the evil mimic presence. It's like looking at your demonic self, as well. So it's. I think there are consequences for our actions in the spiritual realm as well, for sure. But it doesn't mean we're doomed or fated to them for eternity. We are hell, and we are God as well, and people will either surrender to a God, or they will realize they are the God, and they will be able to do other things on the other side that they would be surprised that, that they can also exist, and you don't have to be, like, it doesn't mean you're a God, meaning you're alone for all eternity. You could share, you could be a God with other gods. So it's, if that makes any sense. So it's like, but it's just like some people might think, and I don't give out the wrong impression, that like there's only like the superiority or something, because that's not entirely, like, that's the almighty of everything. And as far as I'm aware, that God is everything. And meaning it's not a he or a she, it's both. That shit's infinite. It's just like it's every particle. It's like we're just able to become gods inside the Almighty. If that makes any sense. The supernatural. Like when you can, and you have the bringers of light in some cases. Hold light, right sight. Sometimes I like to call it. You can't. Instantly people think the devil is bad. Or something in the construction of the morning star. But sometimes the morning star can be used to tell truth, to reveal the truth. In other words, even the devil isn't always evil. You could, it's so you tap into things like tapping and altering, but don't think for 1 second that just because it can be good or do something good doesn't mean that even a god can change its mind and decide to be a sinister fuck, or a dictator, or try to dictate. See, someone can act nice and do a good thing and then turn around and do an evil thing too. So like I said, it's dictators that are the worst thing in existence are people that want something their way. Just like in death, there are demons, demonic gods that are like that want to suppress to their reigns as far as they can, into their bubble even perhaps. And it's like, and you look at that where they just want to suffocate someone else for their own gain, because it's like it's how. It's like you're not allowed to be natural. You're not allowed to live to them unless it's within their boundary, within their law, within their construct idea, their dictation on how things should be ran. It's a horrible, sickening thing that can consume people. And it's in America, we often call them dictators. As the last time I checked, there are people trying to be dictators, very controlling people. No controlling person is a good person. That is a very toxic trait. It can be. I mean, if someone's really stupid and about to walk into their death, then you're saving them. But it's like some people are absolutely out there that do need the help and protection, but it's just like, it's just a warning, right, for when someone's going to walk off a cliff. It's like, whoa, there's a cliff there, careful now. I just want to make sure this is clear that you want to jump off this cliff or walk off this cliff before you do it. That's all. It's like, what? It's like Jesus. I want to make sure that you know that you're walking to your death right now. Just wanting the heads up that you're going to die for everybody's sins. Just a warning, just a heads up. I want you to make sure you know what you're doing right now before you go about it and do it. But it's to me, it is. I do find it difficult to understand 100%. Because sometimes I feel like this symbol helped evil, find ways, to still exist. I don't think that it really accomplished as much good as the Bible says, for example. I think that when you look at it and analyze it is that's just like there's no way in hell Jesus is God, is what I'm saying. He's a translator at best, a magician. God is the Almighty, the universal particles, the existence you can tap into. people tap. So understanding, like people, it's just where people's minds go. They tap into things, and where they go, and then they hit the walls, and it's their construction of life. And they try to make as much life as possible out of that little bubble sometimes. Only a single mountain-topped, hideous monolith-crowned citadel, whereon great Cthulhu was buried, actually emerged from the waters. When I think of the extent of all that may be brooding down there, I almost wish to kill myself forthwith. That's how mad Cthulhu. It's like, I think this would make it, a really amazing horror movie. Construction of the mind of this god. Exposure cable devices for Dunedin report. All together with the picture, the hellish image. What a train of ideas. It started in my mind here, where new treasures of data on the Cthulhu cult, and evidence that it had strange interests at sea, as well as on land. What motive prompted the hybrid crew to order back the Emma as they sailed about with their hideous idol? You ever follow the yellow brick road, and you ever put blast of yellow light or red light, purple light in your mind, and then have a bunch of people chanting, or have something in there, an icon of a lot of people worshiping Taylor Swift, for example, right? Lots of people worship and love her, and how much power she has, but not always realizing over people. And how they are taking in this. So imagine if she associates with a color, and then a bunch of people start looking at the color, they could start being consumed by an image in their head. It's like tattooing a brain into a type of hive mind network through sound and imagination, sound, and sound being tuned with a color, image, because then the color itself will start to morph to the sound. I think kind of like the image itself will let go, and then you'll start to see a manifestation inside the color itself. Because instead of actually controlling the design, that sometimes it's for the to experience the network exchange, and it's like the limbic system gets completely painted in a color, and then that makes it so it's easier while someone's tuning with frequencies, so you will see what they're trying to etch a sketch into your mind. It's like trying to get you on the same wavelength pattern to see the similar image. And it's like Cthulhu is like this, god that basically lives underneath the sea, that's also somehow on land, and this cult inside people's minds, and it's and it just keeps dragging people in. This could be a hell of a movie. The Call of Cthulhu could be a hell of a movie.
I'm telling you, I'm hands down am convinced that, if the Wizard of Oz was so big, I think this could even give the Wizard of Oz a run for its Hive network, or for its idolization and its fan base in a different manner. So it's, you could say, and it's, I think it's really something. The Call of Cthulhu. I recommend this story. I recommend checking it out. And it's just I haven't even read every story in here, but I know that, there's the ones that I keep going back to and that I keep rereading every now and then, like Call of Cthulhu. And his biography, is very, right here, like Lovecraft's afterlife even is written in here. Like, talks on his afterlife and Lovecraft and race, his prejudiceness, Lovecraft and the terror of the modern, introduction, Lovecraft's life. Yeah. Oh, such great powers or beings there may be conceivably a survival of a hugely remote period when consciousness was manifested, perhaps in shapes and forms long since withdrawn before the tide of advancing humanity, forms of which poetry and legend alone have caught a flying memory, and called them gods, monsters, mythical beings of all sorts and kinds. You know what I also think of is this little saying that I don't know where Jim Carrey got it from, but I heard it from Jim Carrey, and I was kind of saying that a while ago, that when someone says an idea or an icon, what the idolization. There's no such thing. He's like, the whole argument of what an idol is. You know what that is? That's rendering it powerless. Because you can feed the idol and give the idol power. It's like witchcraft. People investing witchcraft into basically, like even the presidents of the United States. Like, Jesus. You could, watching, Will Smith slap Chris Rock because bad marriage for life. It's, I still get a sense there's a demon presence, but I still get the sense that they do have quite a hell of a connection, Will Smith and Jada. Like, there's genuine, toxic, but love that will probably last for all eternity, forever. I believe that they will, some part of them will always be together, on and off. As long as they're tied to bad marriage for life, that's their ideology, what they stick with, and if they truly mean that, which I believe they do. In other words, that's their marriage. That's the real marriage that they have. Now, like being committed just to each other, and not going and branching would be more of a divorce. Would be the opposite of their marriage, I guess you could say. It is a
fascinating arc that I would hope that I wouldn't have to become a part of. But if I had to stay attached and to keep a marriage, to say would I become Will Smith to my Jada Smith, and to say, well, if I'm getting married, I would never want to lose this person that I'm actually getting married to, especially as my first wife. I don't want to have a second wife. You know what I mean? Like then I'm going to be battling that, and I would understand if I did marry someone who is cheating on me, that I would also probably just create something, being a creator, to make it so I know that she would always choose me, while she's also choosing others. Like the bad marriage for life, while meaning you can go off and do the same damn thing. In other words, I think it's the compromisation that is made between it. So it's like I understand, but I also understand that there's demons that can be, and then it's what someone chooses. Yeah, if you have those demons, you have to you figure out how to control those demons. But I also am convinced that Chris Rock and Will Smith would still be best friends after all. Could become really good friends after that. And the reason why I believe this is because, if you look at the whole opening aspect of what it represented, is that it was basically around spells, and depending on how much you invest in spells as the grand meaning, and I think if you render it meaningless, but then if you don't, is where it decides. So it's in the intake. I was saying witchcraft was my joke, what I was saying. But like I was doing it more as a joke at the time, thinking, before Chris Rock was not doing jokes, I was sitting there thinking, sounds like some real life geometric, cocktails, some witchcraft vibes. But anybody tied with magic, tied with musicians and what they're doing and why they're doing it, filters, holy unholy energies, filters. A lot of them, the moment I first went into a concert, my first instinct was, well, someone sometimes will blow off the roof and some will be put back on the roof even. And it's and then the filters and energies, and it's kind of like this balancing wave. Now, they all went in this toxic rain, then without some kind of filtering system or construction, then someone once said they went, in the concert, everybody just starts dropping dead at the concert. Could happen. That would take a lot of dark ambience to accomplish that. What type of dead are we talking about? But the construction of that is not impossible. I believe it could happen. But people would have to be open to it. I mean, there were a bunch of people that were a part of a cult where they all just committed suicide. They were all of them up and were able to connect on that same wavelength and just decide to commit suicide. I believe it was because they thought it was the end of the world or something, right? I can't remember, but why they did it. But I remember it was tied into some shit like that. I'm telling you, cults know exactly what color imprint is, and frequencies, and hive minding. Hive minds, it's the thing that why people would not like icons, honestly. Because icons, as much as icons are something that you can idolize, as much as it is something that may bring you joy, but it can also bring you demonic connections. If that makes any sense. Good, bad. There's pros and cons to every single art that we invest in or are a part of. And sometimes we do consume toxicity maybe sometimes it's just to replace a bit of loneliness. You know, like maybe someone does something in the trade of why they do it. You know, someone's like, I get nothing from this. Why would I do this? Someone else is like, well, I get something from this in this trade. So it's like, you know, it's what are you getting? You know, what do you want to get from something? I guess if you're associating everything with trade. But then there's also the alteration of the state of reality itself by being a programmer, for example. Then that really defines all the laws that they go by, because you can really just destroy and create the laws. You know, and you would be your own disaster. I guess you could say, if that's the case, like I could say that I'm even my own worst enemy, you could say at times, I suppose. If that's true. If I even decide to invest in what someone said, or even to compare myself to a word, is to grant it such power and to feed like an ego or something in the character. This is basically like, to me, sometimes it reminds me of character building, because if you're not pouring it into a story or fictional story of some kind, it could start to be in the real world. So if you're not filtering it somewhere else, all this stuff, you could do it by being an actor, you could do it by being a singer, songwriter, writer, storyteller, director, producer. It's all sorts of outlets that you could still be a part of. I think some might be a little harder, but it's, you know, I guess that's kind of like why I always pictured myself as a storyteller, as well as much as being interested in facts and reality. I've always been also interested in fiction, which sometimes I feel like could be damning to myself, having interest in fiction. And then you can ask the question, is nonfiction fiction? Even, is fiction also nonfiction? And like, for me, knowing something, and I think people will realize that this is probably accurate with probably certain types of writers, but when you are creating a character, you are like a character. You know, you could compare yourself to your own work, or you could see or not know who you are. It's almost like you're developing. Like you could create a character that experiences things that you've never physically experienced in the real world, but you as the creator still can feel that. You know, and how insane it may sound, but so when someone says you physically have to experience something to experience it, being a writer is proof that you don't. You know, when you start creating a character that is totally fiction, and then that doing these things and feeling these things that you may never have physically. You see what I'm saying? Is proof that you don't have to physically do something to experience it. And it doesn't have to be real for you to experience it. Other words, for it to be real. That's what I would say is evidence. If ever anyone wanted to argue and anyone ever wanted to say that there was only, you know, there was only one thing, you know, it's absolute bullshit. Or someone's like, well, how can you know if you've never experienced, if you never physically, has that ever happened to you? Physically, it doesn't have to. So it's like, you know, sometimes a fictional character is someone's child, or their work. Like the whole damn story, you say, it could be comparable or relatable to a real human. Or an animal in the real world. People do it with animals all the time. You know, they're like children to them. So it's you know, it's all in that, you know, it's like the loss, you know, and you're just writing the loss or telling the story of a loss, whether you had the loss or not. And this is a lot of times what makes me concerned, because a lot of people, it can, I should be more correct, I can also render it so it doesn't, but I let myself, but you know, people like to bullshit a lot in the world or tell lies about people and, you know, tell a bunch of, you know, things about people here and there. I'm not the only person, that's why I'm saying people in general, you know, because I know I'm not the only person that knows or has gone through that. But it's like, so when you're doing fiction, but you're also interested in nonfiction, and you're also, you know, it kind of can get like, you kind of think sometimes like, well, okay, is this person going to be able to multi-level? You know, let's look at it like, okay, this is on this level, and then this is on this level, but you realize, well, these are completely on different levels. You know, can you go like, woohoo over here, and then woohoo over here, you know, kind of something like that. It's like, can you go over here, and then over here? You know, and I think that's asking a lot from people, I guess, is what I'm saying, to that don't tap in that much or don't have that much energy to do such things. So it's, you know, so it's like instantly their mind is going to someone telling the lie, because a lie is just going to be easier to believe. If you're like, well, okay, this person's also telling fiction, like going down the Cthulhu. But like I said, I also see facts and truth coming out of fiction, like Cthulhu. So it's like I see real life cult activity that could exist and have existed similar, just not with Cthulhu, not as far as I'm aware of. Scientology is about a god in which they created, and you know, and also were able to destroy. Scientology is all about that iconic stuff and investment. You know, I've dabbled and studied, you know, into what that is, an energy trade. Your fingertips tingle, you know, it's kind of like energetic. They want you to wear gloves, watch this video, you know, and buy their book. And this exchange rate, you know, it's like, yeah, very real. It's, you know, so hooks and timers. That's what it is. Hooks and timers. Scientology. And some people have different interpretations. They'll instantly think, they'll look at the construction as something else. And then it starts to, like, it wears and tears the ideology, the conception, the perception of someone to the point that, like, they're convinced. You know, Scientology is a lot to put on someone's brain. That's why they're so successful at controlling the image of certain things, because it's I'd say quite a bit of it's image control for sure. Like, but as a democracy, they work as like more like they want someone to believe this, and then they try to wrap you into it. Now, if you don't care, or you're able to manipulate it right back, then hey, you got yourself something. Combat sequence. Life is difficult. I think the number one thing in the world that can get buried, but you don't want to get buried, is the concern is, you know, true love, right? Love. Democracy becoming the enemy of the heart. The Romeo and Juliet, perhaps. Something like that. But not entirely. But it's in between on that one. But because I kind of do get the gist of the vibe and the energy behind what that's trying to say. how people destroy people and tear people apart, and and how they're not able to exist within the whole verse of their democracy. It's very torn, and how they don't even want to live or exist without each other. It's that's some deep stuff that I think that I don't, is something that you can feel, but you can also master and put a stopper to. I think if you do put a stopper to something like a great loss like that, and it's like Romeo and Juliet, and like your significant other dies, or you're managing to live in hell. It's, you could say that the person would genuinely never find true love again, because they would be masked constantly with trying to feed the cancer inside their soul of this great loss that nothing would ever be able to replace. In other words, you'd be surviving, but you wouldn't be thriving. It's devastating. That's what it is. It's absolutely devastating. One day everything will make sense. Life, sometimes people in the box, in the Times Square, and in the geometry, even in the Pentagon, they can only have so much on their mind and out of their mind and in their soul and in their emotions. To be all in tuned is an ability that most musicians, do, I guess in some ways, but also the vampirism of the trait of their soul, kind of, I guess, why you could say a lot of consumption comes out in the energy and the connections. Of your whole life, imagine having a taste and then having more than a taste. Your life becomes this association with like a band or something, and then there's no life outside the band, which you start to like be like, why would someone kill themselves? And the loss, how could someone drive themselves to do such a thing? And it's like, well, it's because of that black hole that I was talking about, that eventually if you don't mask, it will consume you to the point where you actually will kill yourself. Like, people will do it, and it's devastating. It's or people could blindly do it in different ways as well. Understanding why people would go down certain roads. Pokemon Go, like immersed in walking, and the Pokemon Go, and walk right off a cliff, something like that. Some of them, like, wouldn't it be safer for them to play VR? Put Pokemon Go, or figure out something else in Pokemon VR, man. Like, then maybe people wouldn't have done that, but it's like we're disconnected. They're so invested that maybe they should have realized, like, they are meant for the virtual reality world, maybe more than they are the cell phone world. Like, I don't want to be a part of the texting world, even though a lot of people are like, I'd rather text. But part of me is like, I'd rather not text. I get that a lot myself. Like, it's like, like, even though it's like, well, you're supposed to. But it's like, I don't know. It depends. It's like, it can become a drug. If you start doing something, going down that road, and then you next thing you know, that's all your relationship is. Your friendship becomes just this long distance connection where then you're no longer even trying to invest in any short term. You're becoming connected because you're just like, oh, we're fine being long distance. We're just long distance friends. It's like people I've met online that you even can meet. Be like, well, it'd be cool to meet them, but I don't have to meet them. It's like I've talked to them online, but it's like, well, it'd be neat, really cool. But it's like at the same time, you're just maybe perhaps a little too used to, associated with them online to the point you're like, well, I don't really need them in my real life. Something tells me perhaps, maybe that's a little harsh, but so someone could be, but like, to me, like, you want a real relationship, it ain't online. Online is like a dead relationship. In some ways. So I think, yeah. So it's like I know myself, and I know when offers come, and if it ever does, and anything ever happens, I know two scenarios. That one prophecy that someone said that I was going to end up in an abusive relationship with a girl that's going to, and be okay with it, or I'm gonna find that perfect girl, and we're both gonna coexist and make it work, like harmony, whatever happens, or she's gonna find me, you don't really know. You put yourself out there and you go with whatever is there until you kind of like connect and see, and you kind of. I think there's an instinct where everybody knows, or like, at least for me, it's like, who it couldn't be, but you also know who it could be. And that there's some that are way more powerful, like kind of like imagine, if you're a creator and there's other creators and you're kind of like, in some ways, you could just instantly, your hand on their hand could just be all the energy you ever need, and just completely feel that static electric connection between you. You could, there's of channeling back and forth, and you might be surprised. Just say you might be surprised in what is very possible, and in the world, and collabing. You just trust me. You don't want toxicity. I think that's the truth. I would suggest, if there is the option of something that you like, if you are, something is drawing you, make sure you know what that is. Like, some people can be drawn to horror, but it's not really ideal to go throw yourself into like demonic energy. Like, that's like what demons would want you to do. And you may think you're equipped for that shit, but you might have a rude awakening. Especially if they keep attaching and latching. Then you'll be annoyed out of your mind. I knew a mimic, and I'll tell you, the mimic wasn't scary. The mimic was fucking annoying because it was fucking with your head. It's like, pretending to sound like other people. It's like or shit like that. When you're growing up in it as a kid, there's people that are living, it's dinner time, on repeat, but then it's like not yet happening. And I guess I kind of just summed it up as a mimic. I call it a mimic probably because like I said, I found it very annoying that something was telling me that, and speaking in other people's, sounding like other people. But then I had LA happen to me, The Shining in LA, and when I call The Shining, real life Shining happened to me in LA, where I had a full blast, and it was like, and it made me reconsider what, you know, like it was kind of like this. It was also like this confirmation in some ways, because I always had a suspicion that Hive Mind Network had something to do like that, where you can be telepathic, you know, have certain types of things. And I think LA is like why LA tries to make everyone mentally ill, because what mentally ill is, right? If everyone's on this one frequency, they can just mesh everyone into that mindset. But like if you have somebody in your head, it's, you know, to me is like, you know, it's really depends. I personally would rather have a private invitation, right? Like, or private, you know, the right person in your head than having a shitload of people on fucking blast in your head, or a bunch of people that you know, something. It's like, you know, if you're going to go down that road, then shit, it'd be nice to have a say, you know, and that's why you're like, nope, cut the damn wire dead, because you can, you know, and reconnect. Like I said, some of us are immune, or have abilities to be immune. I do believe that. Big programming abilities, you know, that one might stay with me for a long time. Like, this fucker's a programmer. Like, I don't know. To me, that was a little bit funny. I'm a programmer of how I consume things mentally, you could say, or. That's a lot, though. Pushing, right? Stephen King's a pushing got to be involved for reality-altering shit, right? Too. So it's like, if someone's like, "Oh, I'm getting inside your head," imagine like some shit, like, you know, and then all of a sudden you're like, completely, what, you're gonna start meshing into, you know, some Hills Have Eyes looking creature. I could see it. I could do it to myself. I've been streaming for a while. Though it's like, probably would be better to open this spot up and put it like right here, all the way over the screen. But I'm sure there's a way of doing it. There's that, you can stream from from the arts and crafts section, but I forget the name of the arts and crafts section on PlayStation. I think you can stream from that on big screen, but you can't do what you can do on the Xbox, which is when you're streaming on Twitch, at least, you can switch from one game to the next without the stream ending. Now, if I did that on here, switched from one game to the next, it would end the stream. At least that's how it was doing it. And then I have to restart the stream, not just the other game I'm going into. At least that's what happened to me. Sometimes I feel like things differently can happen to people no matter what the hardware is. You know, I've had like I said, I remember the Kinect, the 360 Kinect, and people, some reason later on, having some green dotted light thing that I never had. I don't know what the hell that was. I guess I never really bothered to figure out what that was. And I've even seen Paranormal Activity movies do it I think that was with the Xbox One Kinect. And I never had one Paranormal Activity event with my Xbox One Kinect at all, not that I'm aware of. It was the 360 Kinect. And that I had a lot of Paranormal Activity with. That was because I sat at the damn dashboard with the Kinect hooked up.
it was always up on there. That was why. I knew why it was. Because I left the Kinect running for hours straight. So if it, on the bottom right corner of the dashboard on the 360, it never went away when it was hooked up. It was right there. And so you would walk up, full-fledged spirits, going, hi. I remember still to this day, right in the box. So nobody's even over there. So yes, I didn't have no special shit that they whatever the hell they were using. I don't know. But then again, when I used to willingly do things and channel things, I see all this fancy equipment that people use, and I'm like, I never used any of that, and things would be clear even. I remember, like I said, I remember using white noise. I would use fans, sometimes I'd purposely turn on a radio in the background on the static, stuff like white, anything with dabble into white noise. I think, I remember doing that. And then iPod Touch, actually, hit record. I did have the iPod Touch, and I used it as a recorder, but then I also had my laptop, where I had the webcam on the laptop, and it would just record over from there. I never used any paranormal apps, never used any of these things that, I don't know, these machines that were being people touch them, where the spirits can actually touch them, I guess. I don't know how this, I feel like I have to dissect this thing a little bit. I feel when I touch this thing, I kind of get I feel energy myself. So I am almost tempted to instantly even let myself be deceived, whether it's true or not, to say that I believe it works. I believe that is accurate. But without even thinking about it, I would say. But I still am skeptical. And I will say that I won't entirely 100% believe it unless I'm in a room with someone that I love entirely, and where I'm just necessarily like, yep, I'm doing this because I also love this person that I'm with. I'd imagine might being a little bit naive, perhaps, but whether I know if it works or not. But it's like in the energy, though, it's like, I don't know. I feel like it might be a little bit distracting because, like, I feel like, what if you just want to like channel the energy yourself? I feel like, like I said, whatever the dead can do, the living can do too. You touch that metal rod thing, I think, like, I keep getting a sense of some kind of electric through that type of right here, my finger, and I haven't even ever touched one. And I'm kind of like feeling a thing in my tip of my finger right now, even imagining it, like some kind of surge, but a light one, not a heavy one, just kind of like nothing that's gonna like zap me to death or zap someone to death. It's just like kind of like a little zip, I don't know how to explain it. I'm just explaining it wrong, I guess. But I record that radio, pushing the button in, record the typical ordinary shit with electronics. Tapping back then, I used to, it's funny because I actually started to think that the tapping was like later on, after I seen ASMR, and I was like, well, I was doing ASMR long before I knew the definition of autonomous sensory meridian response, or before someone had that. It's like I was doing that before I had a dictionary telling me. As I tap into that stuff. But a lot of times I was doing it more with the spiritual stuff, like tapping in. I remember like people have crystals and rocks and stuff. And I even once talked to someone who used crystals and rocks. I remember like being like, what am I supposed to draw, the blue one or the green one? And they're like, well, just pick one. And then it's like I ended up going with I think the green one, if I recall. And I was like, it was like, oh, I know you're going to choose that one. And I'm just like, but at the same time, you know, I was like, well, the blue one's nice too, you know? I'm like, you know, it's, I don't know, it's like, what am I, you know, I kind of feel like, to me, it's, they're supposed to give you energy or something, but it kind of feels, you know, more like an iconic investment that you have to put into the stone. Again, I remember it feeling like it's meaningless unless it's a totem, unless you turn it into like a totem, like a, you know, your energy into this rock, or, you know, if you don't put your energy into the rock, then it really is utterly meaningless to you, I guess. You know, it can be rendered. So there's some amazing things out there when it comes to the paranormal. And like I remember shit like the fucking keyboard mouse. I think that one's one of my funniest ones that you know, because I look back and I kind of laugh at myself because it's like typing and thinking, oh yeah, that's normal. Well, everyone's keyboard does that. It's like, oh, that's normal. Like, why isn't your keyboard typing by itself? Why isn't your mouse making weird clicking noises and scrolling noises? That a couple times. Like, I remember going to my aunt's house asking Aunt Carol, even. I remember asking different types of people, like, shit, you know, like, or just being, like, even suspicious at times and not saying anything. Like, you just stand there, like, trying to figure out, you know, like, why is that not doing that? It's like you're thinking, no one else is probably fucking thinking that. It's like, oh my god, that's hilarious. But it's true. You'd be around all sorts of things, different things in life, and you know, compare to the noises, you know, like keyboard sounds, mouse scrolling sounds, and then nobody's in the fucking computer room. Nothing going on, and you're just like, well, that's just normal. That's not dial-up. Can't blame it on dial-up, because dial-up is like, thing has noises, it has its own noise. Well, I do remember dial-up, though. Oh my god. Fucking noise is something that I think that it can live with you forever. Fucking dial-up. One day. Make the right investment. One day. And then everything will be just fine. What did I say? I'm also, like I said, sometimes I may have all the creative abilities and able to tune into things, but I still feel like I'm missing piece. You know, it's like, you know, it's like, you know, you can imagine souls, you know, together and soulmates, like in your mind, but it's in soul and things like that. But it's, you know, it's. Yeah, so it's like you know, yeah, I get the sense of what you're missing, and that's what I'm missing: true love. Especially if I could become so immune easily by myself, it's just sometimes it makes you think, well, maybe you just but it's not true, because the truth is, through my experiences, you don't not know. It's something you will feel and energetic and be like. So that's how I know I've never actually met my true love. Like, I've never met her physically at all. That's how I know. You could get the sense of, like, like you ever come across people where, you in this stir of, like, but then you're instantly like, well, that could have developed into something. That's not necessarily true love. That's where you could have went into that. Well, I feel like that those type of relationships, if they were invested in, potentially the ones that I think of sometimes, would have been they were destined to be sabotaged. That makes any sense. Some things are just destined to not last. And it's more meaningful to invest sacredness even and try to save yourself as much as possible for your significant other. Because in the end, it can really just increase, it's like a sacred trade that you could build onto, which does create something more of a holy trinity, in a way, kind of connection. It's more of a holy thing than like what most people share is the unholy, I would say, if they do. And I would see unholy like with spirits and stuff, and tapping in with things that you probably shouldn't all the time. But that is the unholy connection of my soulmate. But the holy connection is like being bliss in, kind of just even the adventure at times, taking off. I kind of get the sense that she probably has some sort of adventurous soul. I used to think when I was growing up that I knew the astrology sign, but then being involved in music and stuff kind of made me, question it. Or associated with it. In other words, what I guess I could say is that, as much as using and conjuring air signs that I'm good at is kind of making air sign stuff, but it's also being in tune with water signs. Because water signs is, well, that's me, right? I guess I am, supposed to be a water sign or whatever, so. But it's just, it's an interesting thing to dive into and try to figure out. Like, I remember the concerts, like, I know one sign kept coming up, it was Cancer, constantly. So it's like, was a lot of times, that's why and then I remember that same night I ended up at the Wicked sign. And it said, based on true story, and I just had a sense, like, that's going to win. But what's going to win? I don't know. It was like, that's going to win. It's just like an instant surge of, Wicked. And then you go over to this, I don't know, couple or something that I did and be like, well, that's going to win. It's like, I never seen it. I don't know. I never watched Wicked in my life. I never been to a Broadway show in my entire life. I've been to school plays, been in school plays even, but I've never been to a Broadway show. And so it's like, in all my times being in Manhattan and never being to a single one, but I remember being like something there. And I was like just seeing, or not even just a sense, it's very complicated. Like I said, it was almost like, just a blind connection that you're just like, that's going to win. Cancer sign. I don't know, because I still had like Cancer sign. Because Cancer sign, saw Wicked, and you start trying to connect the dots, and it's like, and Twilight Zone type shit. I mean, come on. I think the more I went down it, I kept thinking I was kind of getting more and more impressed with the idea that it was like, I was like, huh, Ariana Grande. Like, it's like, what? It's like, no way, right? It's like, I don't know, but anyway, ugh, so many different possibilities. I wouldn't overrule it. I wouldn't unrule it, or overrule it, whatever the word I'm looking for. And I sure in hell wouldn't say no if an opportunity came like that. But other people, on the other hands, I would say no to. But and I have said no a lot of times. I don't know. It's a good question. Sometimes it was like I got the sense of an air sign too. So, but the whole Wicked thing and the cancer thing didn't really necessarily associate with love. It was just like a blind, like that's gonna win. Like I remember a Sagittarius was with the color purple. Well, I'm trying to connect with that. Like, where's that coming from? But having also an air sign, and then having that like magic, and being able to. It's weird because the air sign was making it so I guess I could manifest things. I was able to take from the air signs and push into the atmosphere by using air signs. Signs that I don't do well with, I think, are fire signs, potentially, because fire signs are like, are real toxic, can be. Like cauldron burner, destroyers, kind of put your shit, ruin it, and don't really mesh. I'd say the most threatening signs, I feel like, for me, would be a fire sign. Ugh. All right. I suppose I lay down, take a nap. I don't know yet what I'm going to do. I haven't slept, so I think I'm going to move things around, perhaps, go where I'm going to go, do what I'm going to do. Try to talk myself to sleep, watch ASMR, drive myself nuts, be a lonely bastard till Halloween, wander around Manhattan for Halloween. Probably not so much. I'll probably just end up, I don't know, fancy restaurant somewhere. One fancy restaurant at least, and kind of chill. If you go to New York City, you don't go out to eat, then it's kind of being the point of going to New York City, I'd say, partly, because there's so many great restaurants in Manhattan. It's like, kind of like just, well, that's a selling point. I can't really say that, be real where I'm at now. Where I'm at now is more like, I mean, I'd rather not even leave and enter anything in this area because it just feels like acting sometimes. It's like, or trying to sell a movie or try to sell a piece of art. It's just a career-based structure. It just doesn't feel right. The best I've ever felt in my entire life, I'd say, is that when you're free, like, I don't know, the ocean, or being out like Santa Monica, was really good. But then you have like going to Wyoming, out in the mountains and cliff sides, and being around sacred land and native land, and
and feeling very spiritually connected with, it's like I share so much probably beliefs. I feel like I share so much connection with that more than I do, you could say, where I come from, or what people would say is my people, but really, these aren't my people where I'm around or was born around, because I'm such a black sheep, I guess is what it really is. Like, I don't really, it's always pretending, always acting, to please the family, to please either parents or or whatever you're around at the time. So it's just, it doesn't feel good. It feels really bad, actually. It can't. It just feels like shit. But it's, things will get better one day, or worse. I mean, rather not. But better could go in the perfect situation. One day, whatever happens, happens. Maybe I'll be on a podcast, because I seem to attract podcasters just as much as I do musicians. So, New York City, being me, sometimes is all that's needed to, draw in the right people, the right person, at least one conversation that may never last again. But, maybe something will repeat, maybe something won't repeat. Maybe something new will come, and that something new that will come will stay. Or that someone who is new will stay. Now that'd be a dream. That'd be like, that'd be a miracle, it feels like. I don't know. I feel like I'm just going on and about to fall asleep. My mind and I don't know. ASMR, that's what I'm thinking. My showing pieces of my, worst side, perhaps. Like, look at this. And, great for horror movies, Just kind of do some awkward posing. Maybe they'll cast me for American Horror Story. Be natural, just naturally horrifying creature on television. I wouldn't have to act that much. Oh my god, horror would be probably, yes, it probably would be more natural for sure. Alright, good night. Or good morning, good afternoon. Wherever you are in the world. ASMR, Autonomous Sensory Meridian Response. I like to just say the whole thing out. Autonomous Meridian Response Artist. ASMR artist. I guess I am a fan. But whatever. What other words? What magical spells? A, B, C, D, E, F, G. Okay. Good night. Only 4 hours and 56 minutes. This feels like it's not even close to my longest. I'm really letting people down here by not spending any more time. Or it's just enough, or it's too much. Speed and accuracy.